We call it cash interest cover. That means the lenders are expecting that you should be having sufficient cash to be able to pay them their interest as it becomes due. They were not able to meet the target that is usually expected. So which means that they are still having financial challenges in that regard. We have also noticed that when it comes to the implementation of the action plan, although there were actions that were taken, they were not always effective because we have repeat findings. Are now going to cover you on the just overall the outcomes that we have observed in terms of the mandate that we execute. Madit did cover at high level, but just to reiterate, our responsibility, it is to audit the financial statement, it is to audit the performance information, and it also to look into whether the institution is complying with performance reporting objectives. In this regard, our observation is that the institution has been stagnant, in that you still have material misstatements on the financial statement. In the performance space, that is performance information, there is one indicator that we had found to have some errors, meaning that did not have credible reporting when it comes to it. Compliance, you can see the lines that are indicating that it remained unchanged for a long time, which simply means...
Sorry, may I just stop you? So on the annual performance report, so you see where annual performance report, key performance area 2, markets, what does that mean?
Okay, now I'll explain it. They have two key performance areas that they monitor. There are others, but these are the ones that are very important. The market is the one that is looking into the operational targets that they have made, including the volumes, including how they're going to manage the ports and so on. That is the core KPI that drives the operations of the institution. The other one, it is mainly about the partnerships that they're wanting to strive, and then it had about just two indicators, but large indicators are sitting in the market, which simply means it's about how they are changing the institution in terms of the volumes, in terms of the revenue, in terms of the container moves, in terms of the ships, and so on. So that is the key area that is the key performance area that they are expected to deliver on. If that area is not delivered, then it tells you that the institution is not improving. Can I proceed, Chair? You're fine now. Okay. Okay, I will cover. I'm just troubled by my gadget. It's too small. Can I just use my? You know, as much as you can remember all the information that you wanted to say, but if there's very little weights that you are seeing, it becomes tougher for you to present. So, Richard, just one, I'll try and use a gadget that can be easier. Okay, thanks. I think the one that I'm having now is much better. But if you don't mind, just operate this one. I can take it and operate it. Okay, no, at least now I can read. Okay, thank you very much. Let me continue. I now start to reflect on the financial viability. Financial viability is about looking into whether are we seeing light or we are not seeing light. So in this case, I start by reflecting to the committee on the areas that we are seeing still weaknesses or factors that suggest that the institution is still struggling in terms of managing its financial performance. So the listed highlighted items here are indicators that are saying the institution will, in the foreseeable future, still struggle with maintaining the financial sustainability. And the list that is in here is not exhaustive, but it is just giving you some indicators that we are still observing within the environment, telling us that the environment is still weak and requires better financial support in terms of ensuring that they are able to deliver on their mandate. Transnet, if you look into it, I had already indicated that the debt levels have increased. Primarily what you see is that almost every year they pay about 15 billion of interest. If you compare it to the prior year, it was 14 billion. If you convert it into on a monthly basis, it means on a monthly basis there is almost about 1.2 billion that gets to be paid out just as an interest to the financial institution, which means there is still high debt levels that are there. I want to also reiterate that we have also observed that government has come through and supported Transnet by providing some guarantees, so that the guarantees is not cash. It is just to say, if you go and borrow, I guarantee that I will be able to rescue in case you fail to pay a specific debt. So meaning is opening the institution to say you can be able to go and borrow, but it does not provide cash. What it means is that in the future, the debt levels are still likely to increase even more than this, because at the moment they have got guarantees that are approximately 192.8 billion, which simply means that is the room that has been open for them to be able to go and borrow more. That is what I wanted just to indicate. What we are also observing, there is short-term assets. Short-term assets is the quick cash that you can be able to utilize. So they must always be higher than the short-term liabilities. That is means the obligation that you have to pay the people within with immediate effect. The short-term liabilities are higher than the short-term assets by 65 billion, which simply means there are daily pressures that they need to manage that they cannot be able to honor them, mainly because the net current liability is, they are sitting in a net current liability situation. They also have losses.
Sorry, I just want us to walk through this phase a bit slowly, if that's okay. So I'm going to ask you to start again, because the ratios are important. So let me just ask a couple of questions, and then we can go back to this. So I don't know if you would have it at hand, but I just wanted to get a sense of the debt to revenue, debt repayments to revenue comparison. So I think you said they pay 15 billion.
That is just interest.
No, I know. I mean the sort of debt service costs. Let me say debt service costs versus the. Well, I suppose what you're trying to say is that the payment, there is not enough. So let me simplify this way. So they are stretched in terms of the cash to hand.
Yes.
When you consider that they pay 1.2 billion a month servicing debt, in other words, paying interest on the debt, plus funding their operational obligations, plus meeting their short-term cash obligations. Would that be correct? Would I be describing it correctly?
That is correct.
That is good. So basically, that's what you're saying. Okay. All right.
And just to add, you'll see on the income statements, their revenue is around 86 billion. So think about it. If I am paying 15 billion a year of interest, that means I'm remaining with what to be able to use on the operation. So that is the trick that you find, and that is why, as I continue to reflect here, I also say the net cash flow from operating activities, they are reducing, meaning the amount that you are able to derive from your operation is going down, which tells us that they still have a long way to go in terms of improving their operations, therefore using their operations to be able to pay their debt and using their operations to be able to pay other aspect. And that is why, as part of the reflection, you'll see that we are saying in some of the instances, they are using debt to be able to pay another debt, which is why you'll see the debt increasing. That is the issue, because the key is that an institution must be able to pay its own debt using the profits from the operation. But if it is not doing that, then it means in the future we're going to have much more problems than what we are observing. But in continuing, at the end, you are expecting an institution to achieve profit because this is a business institution. They don't have a profit, they do have a loss. And the loss that was there in the prior year was about 7.3 billion. In the current year, which is 24-25, the loss reduced to 1.9 billion. But we normally just wear the specs a little bit to say what informs that reduction. Is it operational improvements or is it something else? We did observe that the reduction is also informed by some provisions that were released, which then made them to be able to have some benefits on this in this regard. What it means is that I had anticipated to pay a service provider so much amount, but I was able to negotiate, and then I paid a lesser amount. Meaning, it is a reduction mainly in the amount that you were able to cycle. It was mainly for the Total Energies as well as Sasol litigation. So they needed to pay a specific amount, but they didn't pay the amount that they had originally estimated. They paid the lower amount, which then becomes more of an accounting profit in the income statements. That is why then you see that there is almost a benefit in terms of them reducing the loss. But our expectation is to say this institution must be able to generate its profit from the operation, not necessarily from the accounting elements. That is just what I wanted to highlight. But I also want to emphasize that you might recall Transnet was downgraded by the rating agencies in the prior year. That was around July. So that downgrade, what it meant is that they were in breach of the debt covenant. So it meant that they must go back and renegotiate the terms so that they can be able to continue. Otherwise, the debt were collectible immediately. So that, which is a majority of them, not all of them. So which meant that they had to go back and renegotiate, and that's when government came in and provided additional guarantees. Therefore, was able to allow them to be able to continue. So that is just the highlight in terms of the financial sustainability of the institution. The other graphs that are there are showing you.
So if you don't mind, so I just want us to try and pull the story together then on financial sustainability. So right at the beginning, one of your earlier slides, you had spoken about the breaching of the debt covenants. So I'm just going to go there because I want to get the language correctly. Okay, so let us start. So it's that third last slide. It's a bullet point. Transnet financial position has deteriorated further, with its debt escalating from 137.6 to 144 billion. So did they get a facility? Was that as a result of a facility that they obtained, a debt facility?
Additional debt.
So they took on additional debt. I think
Yes.
that came from New Development Bank, right? If I remember correctly.
Is it one?
No, there was. Morning, Chair. There was actually a number of debts, but that was definitely one of them. So there, in terms of the breach of debt covenant, what would basically happen is that when...
No, I'm going to go there. So I'm just, so we're going to get, that's my next point. So I'm just saying, so they had to take on additional debt to plug the cash crunch that we were talking about just now, so which is your debt repayments, etc., etc. And you've just made the point that they're beginning to borrow to service borrowings as well, right? So that is the first thing. The second thing is that, so which now please address that second point. So that's the second point. So in terms of this 144.45 billion rand debt, they have agreements with their lenders to to have a cash interest cover ratio of only 1.8 times. Can you explain that ratio? What does it mean in English?
Thank you, Chair. So in simple terms, so the 1.8 times is what they achieved. But what is sitting on the agreement with the lenders, it varies. With some of the lenders it's 2.5 times, and with some it's 2. And what it basically means is the amount of cash that they have should be able to cover the amount of interest by at least 2 or 2.5 times. So the moment that they fall below that ratio, it then basically means that there is a bit of a risk there, and therefore the lender has an option to recall some of those loans immediately.
Okay, so we spoke about 15 billion that they pay. So in other words, the expectation is that, and this is for the purposes of explanation, the expectation is that they need to have around 30 to 45 billion, right? Which would be 2 to 2.5 times, 32.5, which would then be enough to give the lenders the confidence that they are able to meet their debt obligations, right? In light of their other cash requirements in the business. So that is the story so far. What you are saying is that what Treasury do is to simply say, we will make good on the debt. So we will cover you, we will guarantee the debt that you have or that you take on. Right?
Yes.
Okay? Which means the cash interest cover problem almost never goes away unless the revenue from operations
Is able to
shoots up significantly. Would that be, I mean, otherwise where else are they going to get the money?
No, that is correct, Chair. And I think you've hit the nail on the head in that what we would ideally want to see, we want to see a Transnet that's able to generate enough revenue from its operations to service both its operational cost, meaning the cost of running the business, but equally must be able to generate enough cash to also deal with the infrastructure requirements. It's a catch-22 position in that if you don't fix your infrastructure, you are not able to generate enough revenue. And if you can't generate enough revenue, obviously you don't have enough cash to then service that particular debt. The other element of it is also that you could also look at it from a cost management perspective to say, yes, I want to make sure that my revenue is increasing, but equally, I also want to make sure that operationally when I'm running this business, I'm doing it in a manner that is also cost efficient. But the gist of it is really that Transnet need to be able to generate enough cash flow to support its capex requirements and also support its operations and service its debt. Thanks, Chair.
Is their capital expenditure requirement adequately funded, though? Have you made that assessment?
We have. Look, they always fall short of what they would have expected to get. And so, meaning their capital expenditure is not always adequate. So it's all about to say how much they can be able to fund. And you'll see when we get into a slide that talks about delayed and cancelled projects.
Okay, so you'll deal with that. Okay. All right, okay.
Okay, I think just in continuing with... Okay. No, it's fine. In continuing with the observation, you would recall that turnaround plan that we spoke about. It also came with the government guarantee conditions because government had provided a guarantee of 47 billion at that point. So in this case, the expectation is that when government provide guarantees and then they also place specific conditions as to say, please meet 1, 2, and 3. So we then evaluated as to whether on those conditions that you were given, were you able to meet all of them? When at the time when you had utilized the government guarantee, we can tell you that some had not been met, but the achievement was about 72%. That means the conditions that the shareholder as well as National Treasury had placed on them had not fully been met, but the amount was already fully utilized insofar as utilizing the guarantee. So, and we will also explain in the other slides as some of the initiatives that were meant to be honored and that had not been honored. I did cover the one of the recovery plan to say if the initiatives that are on the recovery plan were not fully met, so it means as much as the recovery plan term ended on the 31st of March 2025, there are still initiatives that have not been honored. So which means they are still under operational, they still have many operational challenges that they must fix. So meaning the turnaround plan has not yet yielded full result that it was expected to yield. They are continuing to implement those initiatives. We are hopeful that as they continue to implement them, then they will give the result. Ultimately, what you will also see from the volume side, especially from this perspective, when the recovery plan was designed initially, the target was about to say we want to at least by the end of the recovery plan to be hitting about 193 million tons. That is the volumes that we should be able to rail or we should be able to produce within the institution. When the year started, which is 24-25, they realized that that target was too high. They were not going to be able to meet it. They reduced it to 170. The actual achievement was 160, which simply means even the revised target of volumes, they could not be able to meet it. That is the indication that there are still operational challenges that they are needing to deal with. So that is from the volume perspective. And then all in all, what it means from the user perspective, what it means is that you still have a heavy reliance on the road as opposed to the rail. So ultimately telling us that there is higher reliance on the road, and then which will then cause the congestion in this regard, because it means instead of the train or locomotives taking the goods, you are having trucks that are taking the goods, mainly because the network is not able to function as speedily as it should be. So that negatively then affects the environment as a whole. So hence you'll see in multiple recommendations, we continue to say these operational challenges that are making them not to meet the volumes, they must be improved so that they can be able to meet their required volumes. We also make various recommendations about looking into the debt level so that they can be able to reduce it. I will make other recommendations later on, but there are others that are included here in terms of dealing with just financial sustainability. So which we continue to say they must look into the efficient ways of rendering this business so that they can be able to get into the profitable state. So that is what we highlight on this slide. But I want to then dive a little bit further on the infrastructure side so that one can be able to show you the observation. Some of the items that are in here I have already indicated, and I'm not going to repeat it, especially from the revenue side. We had to walk around the institution and ask ourselves as to say, what is the condition of the infrastructure on the ground? Some of the pictures that we are seeing there, they tell us that the condition of the infrastructure is really of a challenge in some cases, which tells us that, therefore, if the conditions of the infrastructure is at that state, they may not be able to deliver what they are expected. We could find some of the locomotives that were vandalized, and you would remember that the issue of the spare parts was one of the challenges that they've had in the past. They were using other locomotives to be able to repair other locomotives, meaning for them to be able to rescue themselves in some of these part agreements that were not yielding the result, then they will have to pause another locomotives, and then that locomotive gets to, they call it harvested, meaning I take the parts and then I go and restore another locomotives. But what does it mean? Then it means that you are having less locomotives to be able to rail the specific, meaning the specific volumes that you wanted to achieve. But equally so, you are expecting the rail network to be of good quality. Some of it, you will find that some it has even been paused or it had submerged, indicating that there are really challenges when it comes to the impairment, when it comes to the repairs of this infrastructure. That is why this slide also tells you about that there is still a big backlog of maintenance, meaning they have high number of infrastructure or assets that needed to be repaired that have not been repaired. Over time, you will see that there is almost a backlog of about 32.3 billion of just maintenance that is supposed to be done, but that has not been done over time. Meaning there are many assets that are sitting idly that are not being used, and mainly because they don't have enough funds to be able to service or to be able to repair these assets. That ultimately lead into them not being able to achieve the volumes. In these slides, we also reflect on you about the quantum of delayed and cancelled project. Delayed and cancelled projects have got a big impact on the institution, because what you do is that you plan for the project with an assumption that once that project is concluded, you will be able to have enough capacity, or you'll be able to extend capacity, or you'll be able to deal with specific areas, both in the port as well as in the rail. There are many delayed and cancelled projects, primarily because of either the funding or there was poor planning in terms of dealing with the project. Some gets to be cancelled after spending millions, which then tells us that those millions would have been on the drain because they would not have yielded the result that the institution wanted to get. But we also want to reflect the fact that if you look into the bottom, if you remember the story about the 1064 locomotives, that is the locomotives that needed to be delivered to the institution for over years. Some have not been delivered. There are still locomotives that they are expecting to be delivered, have not been delivered. They are still negotiating with the suppliers for the suppliers to be able to deliver those locomotives, and which is also a story that we just want to highlight to say as soon as they are able to get these locomotives, we are then going to be able to see them getting their volumes or improving the volumes, because obviously locomotives are the ones that are assisting them to be able to rail sufficient goods on the ground. Chair, I saw that you wanted to say something before I pass.
Yeah, I don't want you to pass. Thank you very much. I don't want you to pass this slide. So I might jump around a little bit. So maintenance backlog, right? So maintenance underspend of 3.4 billion versus the required 10 billion, right? So I just want to be certain what you mean, which is, does that mean Transnet only had 3.4 billion available to spend versus a requirement of 10 billion, or for whatever reason they did not spend a 10 billion that was otherwise available? Which one of the two is it?
The divisions would have asked for 10 billion to be able to spend on maintenance, but they were not able to spend the 10 billion. They only spent, is it 6.6? The 3.4 is an underspend amount, which means they were able to spend 6.6 and then against the required of 10 billion for that particular year. What it means, therefore, is that the business were not able to get the required funds to be able to service the infrastructure that they wanted to service.
Okay, let's go ahead, Honorable Mlend.
No, thank you, Chair. No, mine is on the rolling stock, the locomotives that you said they were not delivered. The amounts, do you know the amounts? What was expected and what was delivered at the moment of audit?
Can I ask you just the slide at the bottom there? If you look into the numbers.
Sorry, can I just park Honorable Mlende's question? I just want us to complete that part. You'll come back to it just now, right? So basically, they were supposed to spend 10 billion. They spent 6.6 billion. So the shortfall is 3.4 billion.
Yes.
Right. Then, when you say cumulative underspend of 32.3 billion, is over how many years? You know, is it 5 years?
It's over 10 years.
Okay, so it would appear that over the last decade, they've had a shortfall of circa 3 billion, basically, per year
Yeah.
on maintenance, right? That they have not been able to meet. Then you say actual spending increased by 47% from the previous year. Is that spending on maintenance?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to simplify this story. So what you're saying is that Transnet have increased spending on maintenance by 47%
Yes.
compared to the previous year. But even though they did, they were still 3.4 billion rand short
Yes,
of what
yeah,
they need. That's the story of that section there. Okay, so we got that right. So then it indicates significant backlog and need for increased funding. Okay, I had asked you to park Honorable Mendes' question. Now you can deal with it, because I just wanted us to be on the same page with in respect of what that story means.
Cover quickly the story about the locomotives at the bottom there, but let me ask Linda just to quickly cover it.
Yes. Thanks, Chair. So for the locomotives, specifically to the 1064, right? What has been the total contracted locomotives is 1,064. What has been delivered in total is sitting from 2016 to 2014 was 634, and what was delivered in the prior year that we were busy with the audit was 40, and what is still remaining in total is 390. Thanks.
Okay, so can I ask further questions just on this point? Okay. Is the delivery of these to schedule or not? That's what we don't. So is that what was envisaged in the schedule of delivery of the locomotives?
You'll remember that the 1064 locomotives contract is the one that was under dispute in the
The
previous.
Chinese one.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
correct, yeah. It was under dispute, and I think it had actually been set aside in the previous. I think even in the last 3 cycles that we've come to report to the committee, we've indicated as such. So I think at this stage, when you look at what is remaining, we do know that Transnet is currently in litigation with the said company, and they're currently in court addressing the matters relating to this contract.
Okay, I just need to. So we need to clean this story up also. So, if that contract had been set aside, what is being delivered? You see where my confusion is.
That's correct, yeah. So Lindy has indicated that at the bottom of the slide, you will see that we've indicated the numbers of the original contract and what has been delivered to date. And obviously there's a remaining of 390. So if you take the 634 and the 40, that would be what, 6?
No, I get that. That's I'm asking a different question. So the contract was set aside, right? Around 2023-4. Okay. In 2025, after the contract had been set aside, there were 40 deliveries. So my question is, how did those deliveries occur if the contract has been set aside? That's what I'm trying to get to.
I'm going to come in, Chair. So you would note that there were a couple of companies that were responsible for the delivery of the. Sorry. There were a couple of companies that were responsible for the delivery of the locomotives, right? So what had happened is that Transnet had to go back and renegotiate with the companies to say, which of the ones, from the ones that is set aside as part of the 390, but the ones that had negotiated to continue with the contracts still continued. Another thing that was done is that Transnet then went out and sourced a new company where, in essence, what they did is they tried to find parts within those suppliers to then be able to finalize and restore the locomotive. So in essence, what they tried to do was to say, I'm trying to look for a Range Rover, I'm looking for an engine, for a BMW engine, and to take that BMW engine and insert it in a Mercedes-Benz in order for those locomotives to then operate, and hence the numbers had increased in the current year. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe just to add, Chair, if you don't mind, to add is that remember on these service providers, they would have been paid and they would not have delivered the service. There are some, when they had gone into court, they had achieved a settlement, they had then agreed to say, I will deliver the remaining bulk of what I needed to deliver. Some of these 40 is those that are delivering the remaining. There are still others that had agreed to say, look, I know I owe you, I'm going to deliver, allow me to deliver per year so much so that I can be able to honor my obligations, because you had paid me, but I had not delivered fully what I needed to deliver.
Okay, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Chair. Partly covered me because I wanted to raise that there was a huge lump sum which was on their side. I think that was in 2021-22. And when this whole saga went to court and these things happened, the setting aside occurred when they had to pay Transnet the money. Now, did they explain? Because one of the reasons why the court set it aside, besides the issues of corruption, of the specs and everything, was the fact that also the locomotives were not up to standard. There was an issue about the locomotives not within the spec that Transnet required. Are they now according to the spec? Because if they cannot deliver in terms of the expectations of moving of goods, it means some of those are breaking easily, and then they have high maintenance and all those things, which were part and parcel of the reasons why the entire contract had to be reviewed and be set aside. Are all of these locomotives working at the moment? Because if we say out of the 1064, only 390 is remaining, is this number of 674 all on the ground?
Okay, maybe let me answer it in this way. We're not going to be fully give the committee whether the locomotives were fully functional and were able to operate as they were intended. But what we can give you the insight on is that some of these locomotives had parts that were failing, which is one of the reasons you'll see that they had to go and try and get some of these parts to come through, and then so that they can be able to work on them. There are probably more than 200 locomotives that are sitting and not working, mainly because of either when they came in, they broke during the process, or they don't have spare parts to be able to repair them, or they've harvested some of them to be able to use the others. That is why Lindy is saying now, because they were locked out into the contract with the Chinese companies, they could not be able to deliver the spare parts now to be able to use these locomotives. They ended up saying, look, what can we do? Can we not find the Mercedes to be able to fix BMW as an alternative? Because now we have this locomotive that is here, but it requires this part, and this part we cannot be able to get. So how then do we make it work? So that is the position that we can give you. But insofar as the full reliability of those, because they are the one that they were experiencing the breakages on a daily basis, we're not going to be able to fully comprehend for the committee on that. But I think the question can be asked to the Transnet management when they come.
Maybe, Chair, if we can also just direct the committee, on that very slide at the very top, Honorable Mentor, you'll see that we do indicate, is it me?
Yeah, something disconnected there by you guys.
Okay, no, that's fine.
If you can just
If we can just get it,
connect.
connect it again, yeah. Okay. No, Honorable Mentor, I wanted to just indicate that if you look at the slide, you will see that we do reflect on the point that Bungumusa is raising around the idling locomotives. What we did when we did the audit is that we visited where some of these idling locomotives are based, and you would see that about 271 locomotives we found were idling. Bongumusa earlier in the presentation spoke about a concept of, if you were to put it in inverted commas, harvesting. So that means that when some of these locomotives were delivered and were breaking in parts or were not operational or there were challenges with them, majority of them ended up sitting idle at some of these locations. And what we then identified during the audit process is that they would take what is in locomotive 1. So if locomotive 1 is breaking because of X part, they would then go and take another part in another locomotives to fix the other locomotives. And that did bring a big challenge for us during the audit process, because one, as long as the locomotive is sitting idle, what it also tells us is that it's not generating that revenue that we anticipate. So if you weave the story again, it then talks back to why is Transnet not achieving the required volumes. Part of it is that you have acquired these locomotives, you don't have the spare parts to the locomotives, they are sitting idle. But at the same time, if you remember the story around the financial sustainability, you've actually acquired debt to be able to buy these locomotives, but yet when they're sitting idle, they're not generating that revenue for you. So that is part of what we've observed, even when we then did the audit in terms of assessing whether there are impairments to these locomotives. This was a big part of the audit where we had to spend a significant amount of time with management really interrogating whether these locomotives are available for use. Thanks, Chair.
So, yeah, because I'm thinking, so how are they accounted for on the on the asset register? At which point does a locomotive stop being a locomotive because it's been stripped too much, and therefore you either need to write it down completely, or put it in a different classification. Otherwise, so the accounting appears to be messy then, in terms of how they account for them. So I just want to ask you, so here's the story that I now have in my head, and you must tell me if the story is wrong, okay? What appears to be required here is not a government guarantee, but a capital injection. What South Africans call a bailout. I don't otherwise see how Transnet gets out of this mess. It does not appear to be possible to me, because you are saying to us they've increased maintenance budget just in the last year by 47%. That is a massive jump. It's still not enough. The shortfall over the decade is now 32 billion, right? It's plus 32 billion and clearly growing, right? So that's one, which means they almost are never, if you consider the security incidents, the vandalism and so on, they're almost never going to meet the volumes that are needed, right? So that is the one side of the story. The second thing is that the only incentive, or at least cover they have from government, is to go and take on more debt because of the government guarantee. When they take on more debt, they then upset the banks and the bondholders, because their cash interest cover position worsens, which means they get downgraded depending on how far that deteriorates, right? Which says to me, if you want to solve the problem quickly, you need to take a fiscal allocation decision and say, we will give Transnet X amount of money in order to do specifically maintenance. That's the one thing that needs to happen. Secondly, there needs to be some kind of settlement with the locomotive companies, number two. Number three, which is a question for me, is that are there no clawback clauses or penalties on those suppliers who are not able to deliver product that is good enough to immediately deploy? Right? That is a locomotive. So it appears to me that basically is the story. Is that story off the mark? Because we can go around in circles and bring the management here and shout at them. Bottom line is, can I run the 100 meters in 12 seconds? And the answer is no.
You can cover it.
Chair, maybe one must take it back to the point around the turnaround plan. And when the turnaround plan of Transnet was envisaged, I remember at the time, the plan in itself was to get Transnet to restore its previous performance. And after the turnaround period, it would then improve from the previous performance that it was able to achieve to, what the desired outcome. At that point in time, Chair, we do remember that when we did engage with the board of directors, the accounting authority, there was an indication that the turnaround plan in itself would require funding, so that they're able to deal with the issues of the backlog maintenance, they're able to deal with the aging and reliability of the infrastructure. So if you look at what the board had indicated at the time, there is clearly a shortfall regarding those two aspects, which means that you need to deal with the security, you need to deal with the aging and reliability of that infrastructure, and you need to deal with the maintenance. So I think that point for us was made very clear at the point of the turnaround and the recovery plan. How that gets funded, I suppose, that is also a decision that would need to be made by the policymakers and government, as it were. Thanks, Chair.
I can see you skillfully navigated your way away from the question that I asked. But Honorable Matuna. But look, I mean, the bottom line is, it appears to me there was a turnaround plan that was not adequately funded, fundamentally. I'm not going to ask you where that money should come from, right? But what is clear to me is that there's a turnaround plan that was not adequately funded. And until such time that turnaround plan is adequately funded, we are always going to see this story, and it's unlikely to improve to the extent that South Africans are hoping that it will. Honorable Madun.
No, thanks. Good morning, Chair, and Happy New Year. No, and members as well, the HE team. No, thanks, and colleagues. No, Chair, I just want, the first question that I want to ask, I want to check on their depreciation, given the scenario that you are giving. It gives me, it brings some question to me. When do they start depreciating these assets? Did they start depreciating them when they were in possession of them, which it would be what you say, when they were available for use, even though you bring all sort of problems around them? So the question is, did they start depreciating them when they are available with them for use, or where they actually start depreciating them when they are putting them into use? I'm sure you would know the difference. So yeah, and the second question that I would have, the Chair, would be this. I see their turnaround plan, but now And I notice, especially for this year, when they approve the guarantee, when they give them guarantees, they kind of determine that this is how much that should go towards your capex. This is how much that should go towards your opex. Now, I want to check in the previous financial years. In the previous financial year, was this determination previously made that when they are given guarantees that it's determined for them that a particular percentage must go towards capex, a particular percentage of what you would borrow based on the guarantees that we've given you, and where they actually spending that money is according to those determinations that were made to them? Because I think it will answer the question of the funding of turnaround strategy by Chair.
No, thanks. I think let me answer these ones, but on the depreciation side, they use the IFRS, the accounting standard, so they only depreciate them when they are available for use, not when they are starting to use it. As long as they are available, they can be used, and then they start depreciating those. But in so far as the guarantee is concerned, it's one of the area we reflected on it to say the funder, when they were given those guarantees, there was no specific indication as to say how much must go to capital, how much must go to where. It was to say, we have this guarantee that you must use for your operation. Then they are the one that needed to decide as to how they use it, which is why we are reflecting as one of the reflection to say, we could see them repaying the old debt with it. And then the question was whether was that their mandate? Was it the mandate to say you are getting this guarantee, go and borrow so that you can repay the debt, or it was saying go and borrow so that you can be able to deal with something else? But the reality is that when you are in the operations, faced with the demands from the creditors, and sometimes you have to make a choice. And as to whether that choice aligns with what you were given, or then that is something else. But it's one of the areas that we also reflect as to say, the NT as well as just the shareholder must reflect further in terms of building the conditions, as to say, how do we make sure that the conditions are clear, are able to allow us to be able to recover? Because remember, when the 47 billion was given, it had conditions. The question is, what were those conditions? And then were those conditions taking us to where we wanted to go, or they were not taking us to where we wanted to go? You'll see on the next slide, I'll also highlight some of the aspect on this. I don't know, Dama, do you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. But I also just want to add one point from Chairperson's question, insofar as to say the cash injection part. I know she has responded to you, but it is also important that we also perfect the internal operations, meaning the Transnet must be able to execute its plan with confidence it deserves, so that one can be able to say, if I give you further funding, are you going to be able to use it for what I want you to use it for? Because the reality is that when I give you funds, I also want to have that confidence that when you come back, you would have used it for what I intended you to use those funds for. So you mustn't come back to me and say, look, I struggled with this, then I ended up using your money for this purpose. So meaning, when we position the point that says also improve operational inefficiencies, if there are consequence management, deal with them timely so that you do not have leakages during the procurement process. You do not procure items at a higher cost than you should be. And if you deal with that, then it can be, we can then work with you and say, as much as we think about the alternative ways of funding you, we know that there is no leakages within your operations. That is just what I wanted to emphasize in terms of this.
So I had asked a question. So on the penalties on suppliers who don't deliver locomotives that are to standard, there should be something there. What am I missing?
Maybe can I just come in, Chair?
Okay.
So what would happen is that in terms of the 1064 specifically, those locomotives, when they are brought in, they would be operational, right? What then happens is that the issue is, part of the contract agreement was that we would be the people that will then be servicing the locomotives for you. How
we being the suppliers.
Yes, right. However, in some instances, because of the negotiations that took place and some of the contracts had to be set aside, Transnet had to take over that responsibility of maintaining the locomotives themselves. So they would then have their own internal a division that is then responsible for maintaining then those locomotives, and hence the issue of availability of spare parts that is there overall. Thanks.
Okay, I want us to clean up this story as well of the locomotives. So let's just try and tell it simply. So Transnet sources 1,064 locomotives. So to be clear, those locomotives were not from a single supplier. They were from several suppliers, 4 different suppliers. Each of those suppliers have similar terms in terms of maintenance of the locomotives, right? In other words, they will deliver and maintain. Correct. As an OEM. So basically, if it was to use your car analogy, if it was BMW also set up a service shop at Transnet so that they can fix those locomotives.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So when we say that some of these were set aside, is it all 4? Is it one? What actually happened there? I just need to understand the setting aside bit.
All right. So maybe, so of the 4 contracts, 1 has fully delivered, which was 233 locomotives that were required, right? There's another one that was supposed to deliver 232, but only delivered 22, and the 210 that was remaining was set aside. And then there was another one, the other 2 had 85 and 95 that was still remaining. Those ones had agreed that they would still continue to deliver in the upcoming years. So the ones that had fully set aside, they're not going to then continue to fix the ones that they've initially delivered. So that becomes then the responsibility of Transnet, Chair.
Okay. So the contract that was actually set aside is the one with the highest number of locomotives.
Correct.
They had delivered some, and then the contract was set aside, which meant that they then took their tools that they set up to service those locomotives and walked out. Okay. Which locomotives is now Transnet cannibalizing in order to service? Is it, because I'm assuming that of those that were delivered before being set aside, they must now find spare parts from somewhere else to keep them going. Is that the story? So that's one category of locomotives that are being cannibalized. The second category of locomotives that are being cannibalized are what I would call legacy locomotives, which have been there since my colleague Denzel here was born. And so they take those to try and fix some of the old ones as well. So in essence, they're running a scrapyard, basically, where they take from some locomotives to fix some of the old ones and some of these ones, right? Okay, so that's the situation that we're talking about. Okay, so final question. So what is the negotiation as far as you know, and we'll ask them for details. So what is the negotiation in respect of the contract that was set aside? Because if it was set aside, yeah, what happens next? Because they were paid, right? Or is the other party refusing to pay back the money?
Okay, so maybe just at a high level, the contract that is set aside, the agreement was that 233 locomotives would remain with Transnet. There was a 70.35 million that was agreed on to say that Transnet will receive as part of the court ruling that was made. So overall, Transnet will retain, but in terms of the services going forward, there wouldn't be any services that will be taking on, but that OEM would have to pay back. I think that amount was already paid, the 70.35 million.
Okay, so but why are they not receiving them then?
So remember, we started by saying you have 1,064 that was total, and then there was 600 and 694 that was delivered. So part of that contract required that they obviously continue to maintain the locomotives, right? So part of what has been delivered, because of the issues in terms of the specs and they had then made a ruling to say that the one that is fully delivered would have to then pay Transnet 70.35 million.
Okay, but they're not servicing those locomotives.
Yes, they are not servicing those.
So Transnet was paid 70.3 million, and then they had to go and make a plan with regards to maintenance, and it is that maintenance that they appear to be battling with. Am I to understand also then, if they're having to cannibalize, the OEM, the supplier, is refusing to give them spare parts?
That's correct.
So they're refusing to give them spare parts, basically.
Which then means if one of the locomotives broke down because of the battery, and then another one breaks down because of another part, now you use one to be able to take all these pieces and then go and close that one, and at least have one that is operating, and then the other one then becomes your harvesting machinery, whereby you'll use to close all the parts that you don't have.
Okay, no, thank you. I think this was a very important slide, and I'm sorry that it's taken this long to work through. Members, do you have any other questions on it? Honorable Mende and Honorable Kupeka after.
Thanks, Chair. Now, you asked a question earlier on, which I'm not sure it was answered, around the schedule time of delivery from the time of the agreement. We may be having all this back and forth in terms of courts and all of that, but what was the initial time of all of these locomotives being at Transnet? And then the second part I'm also interested in, so that the Transnet can account fully, is of this 1064, of the 674, which is there, and the cannibalism that is taking place, the word of the Chair. Are we repairing some of the 674 already? Because that where they started delivering them from 2016. Out of these 674, during your audit, were there some of them, not older ones, some of these 1064 being fixed already? If maybe we know what is the quantum there, out of the 674 that's available, what's the quantum of those that needs fixing already? Because from 2016 to now is too soon. That means some of the arguments and heads of argument in court were valid to say the spec of these things are completely out, which then begs a question that Transnet will have to answer. Why do we allow the others to deliver? Because they are all delivering things that are malfunctioning, that are of no quality. 2016 to now, we shouldn't be fixing anything. Thanks.
No, thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair. I think...
I don't know.
We
Chair.
can take.
We can continue.
Sorry?
I thought you...
No. I was saying answer, and then I'll come to Honorable. I was just saying to Honorable Kupeka, I've recognized him. Yes.
Okay.
I recognize Honorable Skosana as well.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think maybe from the schedule of delivery, we're not going to be able, we don't have that data as to what is the period. But in our understanding, by now, all of them ought to have been delivered on the basis of the original contract. So that is number one. You were correct. They are repairing the ones that were delivered on the 674. So they are, as we went into the ground, we could find those new ones that were being repaired. But as to the quantum, we don't have those figures. We can probably ask Transnet just to provide that. But indeed, they were repairing the ones that were delivered.
Honorable Kupeka.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the team visiting us today. Chair, I think I didn't catch the name of the gentleman. He said that basically there was no maintenance contract with the OEMs, with the OEM that was supplying these locomotives. Is that correct?
Sorry, Chair, for some of them, not all of them.
Okay, I think the ones that are giving the issue here are the ones that were not delivered.
Yes.
Those ones, there was no maintenance contract.
No.
I just want to know, why was the OEM refusing to give Transnet parts? Do we know the reason behind that?
I think, Chair, and maybe not to sound, I think the understanding that we have on the ground as auditors is that due to the initial disputes that started once the contracts were completed, especially the one of the CSR one, there were quite a few disputes between Transnet and the OEM, right? And once that happened, they stopped delivering it all. They only delivered 22 out of the 200 and I think 200 odd that they needed to deliver, and it was merely because, and I think SARS also had to intervene in those disputes. Once those disputes started, they completely stopped any form of maintenance, any form of a contact with Transnet.
Okay. So is it not true that basically Transnet in South Africa insulted those service providers, and they said no, they're not going to entertain being insulted by Transnet? And I think it was back then the minister who was in charge. Is that not accurate to say that they were insulted and they refused to continue after being insulted by our government or Transnet?
We would know those details, and unfortunately, I'm saying I don't think we would know those details. I think as far as we are aware, once the disputes on the contract started and the contract was set aside, the issues of then delivering on the repair, on the spares and the maintenance, that's as far as we understand it. There could have been other underlying issues, but we would not be privy to those particular conversations. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I think.
So can we? Yeah, I was going to say, Sweet, keep your mic off, because once we get to a certain number, then they stop working. Yeah.
Okay, I think, Chair, I think we must be cognizant of the fact that there are a lot of underlying issues there. And I understand what you say when you say there's underlying issues that you do not know. Maybe it'll help us, even as a committee chair, to understand what those underlying issues were, because some of us have got a bit of a background regarding what happened there and why the suppliers decided to shy away and stay away from Transnet. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Scosa.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I just want to check with regard to this activity of taking a part from one locomotive to another, whether is it allowed from an audit point of view, because what we know normally is that if a locomotive or if any asset has a problem, in order to get another part, you need to procure it through normal procurement processes. So I'm just wondering, to say from the audit point of view, how do they account for that, and how do you reconcile that? If you've got 3 locomotives that are not working, then one part has been removed from this one to another one other from another one to the other again. How is that really allowed? I mean, we know that it's a practice from backyard motor mechanics. If Mr. Zibi has left his tears there for 2 years, is unable to pay the mechanic, then I also come with the tears. I need a certain part, they will go to Zivi's car and strip it and fix mine because they see that I'm ready to pay. I did not know that even in big entities like Transnet, such a practice it's taking place. Is it allowed from the audit point of view? Thanks.
No, thanks. Look, this one is dictated by their internal policies. And remember, accounting will be able to play a specific role. But what I want to indicate, you will see when you look into the financial statements, okay, the way we define impairment, it is when then the value of that asset has been lost as a result of either those parts have been taken or other reasons. So there are impairments that are sitting in those assets as a result of that harvesting or of that vandalism that gets to be taken and get to be done. But in accounting, there are different accounting aspects that they deal with. I don't want to complicate your life a little bit, but what I want to indicate is that you'll observe in their financial statements, they've got something called revaluation, meaning revaluation deficit here. So it is impairment. It's mainly to say I'm reducing the value of the locomotive as a result of me having taken certain parts to it. So and as to the accounting treatment of it, there are many other aspects that you need to deal with when they do that in their operation. But from the accounting perspective, because they've got a different accounting treatment that says I account for the value of the assets as a whole, not to say I account for the value of the assets individually. We call cash generating units. So in that case, sometimes it hides the individual impairments, mainly because you look into the output of all the assets and then only to find that others are getting the value not because they are performing, but they are getting the value because others are performing on their behalf. So that is the trick that you have there. That is why you'll observe when you look into their numbers, they've got impairments, but we called it revaluation, the deficits in the revaluation. Those items are as a result of the assets losing the value, not producing the volumes that they're supposed to produce.
Honorable Madun.
Oh, no, thanks, Chair. No, I want to check in relation to that. In the locomotives, the useful life of all parts, or they depreciate it as a whole locomotives, or they separate the useful life of certain parts. I just wanted to check that in line.
So on the asset register, they do highlight the different parts of the locomotives, and then they would depreciate them separately. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think we can now finally move on. Sorry. But we had to get a proper understanding. So thank you for indulging our questions.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'm now moving to a topic that deals with the predetermined objectives or performance information. I reflected on this a bit at the beginning to say the overall performance for this institution has been for some time concerning. If you look into it holistically on all the key performance areas, there are for 2025 sitting on 27.78. I'm just trying to put the digits on it against what was in the prior year or 28, which simply means there is slightly a reduction in the performance. But what it means holistically in all the indicators and targets that they have not been able to produce a better performance. Their performance has remained lower. So when you then look into that performance in relation to the key performance areas that we had selected, you'll remember I had said I'll reflect a little bit on the two aspects that you had asked about, which is the KPAs. The key KPA is the one that deals with market, which is the one that has got a lot of indicators. So that KPA only has one achievement out of 12. So that translates into 8% of the targets that they needed to achieve. So that tells you exactly in terms of the operations how hard it is. Do not the 21% on the bottom, it's only for these two indicators that we are auditing. 27% that is on the top is for all other KPAs over and above these ones that are in here, telling you that the holistic performance of the institution is of concern. So, but also in the reflection of performance, we also looked into whether what is being reported as achieved, is it accurate, or what is being reported as not achieved, is it accurate? I did indicate that there's one indicator, which was the container ship move, where they struggled to be able to supplement or to support the actual achievement of that indicator, mainly because of the records that they had that were poor. But this is the part that I want to further emphasize to the committee. When we give funding to Transnet, when government says, I'm committing to do X, Y, Z, the expectation is that there must be performance targets that are included in the shareholders' compact that will then enable this committee as well as public to be able to weigh and assess the performance. What we are concerned with is the critical mandates that were given to Transnet that are not sitting in the shareholders' compact. If they are not sitting in the shareholders' compact, it means you're not going to be told about the level of performance. So there are areas whereby when they were given the guarantees as by government, they had asked to ensure that they go and report on these instances on the shareholders' compact, but they did not. So ultimately, then it does not tell us the story as to say, how did they perform against these key mandates that they were given? Amongst others, it is the security instance. I touched on it at the beginning to say, we wanted to know whether are they reducing or not, but because that indicator is not there, we can only believe on the hearsay on what they are telling us as to whether they have been able to reduce it or not. But what is important is that for the public to get assurance, we must be able to validate these numbers. And then for us to get into that, they must be set as target. There must be clear definitions as to say, what is it that you wanted to achieve? How did you want to achieve it? And then credible, reliable information to support it. And you would recall that we also spoke about that for them to be able to improve the operations, they needed to make sure that the locomotives returns to the service, meaning they needed to have a specific number for the locomotives that they will return into the service in the year 2024-25. But that indicator was not included, even though it was part of the government guarantee conditions. There were also other indicators that were assisting Transnet to get a short cash or a quick cash that is more on selling the non-core assets and non-core properties. One would have expected to know as to how then did they perform against those. But because there are no indicators that were set in the shareholders' compact, you're not going to fully be able to get the performance of those. Also, there was also a target that was looking into a leasing company. A leasing company, it was about a company that was going to come and look into those locomotives that are idle, that are not being used, and they were going to take those assets and repair them and then bring them into use. But that target is not there, and if it is not there, then it means they're not able to fully account as to say how far did they go, what did they achieve about those. That is the message that we want to create, that says it is important for the mandates or for the key priorities that this government says these institutions must do to be reported on the shareholders' compact, and the shareholder to be appreciative of what they want this institution to achieve. Therefore, so that holistically we can be able to evaluate performance. I think that is the message in terms of these slides that indicate that we are worried about the indicators that have not been included, but we are also worried about the poor state of performance because it is at a low stage, which means they need to have reasonable improvement measures to ensure that whenever they have set targets, they are able to achieve them. I want to pause on the slides before I move. Chair, thanks.
I just wanted to ask a point of clarification. So disposal of non-core assets, have those ever been, I just want to see how far they took it. So you're saying that's not in the shareholder compact, right? Yes. Okay, I recognize that problem. But did they ever execute on it in any event? It's one thing for it not to be in the shareholder compact, but they also do it. Mm-hmm. Are you aware if they did?
Yeah, look, we are aware of we are aware of it, and to be upfront, there is low achievement in terms of converting those, and their reasons are around the processes that it takes for them to be able to sell a property. Meaning, for you to be able to sell a property, you need to go to various processes. Sometimes you need to subdivide and do all those things. So all in all, there was very low achievement on it when we looked into the financial side there. So as much as they started, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was probably 1 or 2 properties that got to be processed, but majority of them had not been processed.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be sure. So there are 2 roles there. One is disposal of non-core assets. The other is disposal of non-core property portfolio, which seems to, which implies that the 2 are not the same. So there's a disposal of property, then there's a disposal of non-core assets, which I'm assuming aside from property. Would that be correct, or you get what I'm saying? Right. Which is it?
Okay. One of the challenges, Chair, that we had, it was about how they define that. I'm not going to be able to answer you with direct answer, mainly because one of the reasons we wanted to have a clear indicators, it was to say, what are the non-core asset that you were talking about? Was it vehicles? Was it something else? Or was it still properties? So that area was not clearly defined to us. But what we know is that they were expected to sell the non-core assets. I don't know whether colleagues, you want to deposit it? Okay.
No, the reason I am not leaving this point is that if one of your funding assumptions is that you're going to sell non-core assets, it says to me you have surveyed and quantified those assets, and you are confident that at least in the medium term, the cash that is obtained from the sale of those assets will be able to plug the funding gap. So I don't understand how it's an auditing problem unless the whole thing was a thumbsuck, because that's what then it seems like to me. I've got to know what assets I intend to dispose of, the approximate valuation thereof, and whether that valuation will plug the hole. But to put it on there and then at audit time you don't have answers just shocks me. Am I reading this wrong?
No, you're quite correct, Chair. And I think when we do the audit, we don't do the audit of the performance information in isolation of the audit of the financial statements. We look at it holistically. So part of the question that we were seeking to answer is that question that we raised at the beginning, to say, when we look at the financial sustainability of this institution, where do we stand, number one? Number two, you will remember that part of the conversation was also around the turnaround plan, how the turnaround plan is going to be funded. And number three was to say, what is then the progress in achieving the conditions that are included in the guarantee framework as well as in the turnaround plan. But when it came to this particular issues, we were not able to get further than the question that you're asking us to say. We then wanted to know, to say, number one, in the accounting standards themselves, once a decision has been made around the fact that you're going to sell these assets, there is a requirement that says you must then go and disclose in the financial statements that these are my non-current assets that I'm holding for sale. So we equally had a problem here on the performance information because of the quantification, the identification, and the funding gap that was supposed to be done. And equally on the financial statement, the same question that we had to ask here on the performance information, though here it was different because we're saying, if you'd already identified this as a key initiative, why were you then not including it in your shareholders compact? But also on the financial statements, we then identified a similar problem because from a quantification point of view, we couldn't get to that answer. Thanks, Chair.
All right, Honourable Member.
Thanks, Chair. Now, on the same slide, not on the assets as per se, I'm interested in these missing indicators in the entirety. Remember, there was an exemption by Treasury to Transnet, which ended for the financial year, it ended 31 March 2024. And I think on your legacy documents, you will find this. What I'm interested in knowing is that which they were exempted in and was not featuring in the disclosures. Is it the same that they continue leaving out on the disclosures? Or put it differently, what is the reason for them to exclude these indicators when you ask them? What's the reason? Because there is no exemption at this point. Thank you.
It's fine. No, thanks. I think on the exemption was about irregular, fruitless, and unfulfilled expenditure, which was saying they needed not to disclose that on the financial statement. That is not linked to the performance information. So there is no link in terms of that point. But on these ones, they needed to report on them on the basis of the agreement that they had with the shareholder as well as with National Treasurer to say, I'm giving you this funding, but on this funding, how I'm going to measure you is whether are you going to be able to meet my conditions, and then the conditions are these ones that they started to list. There are many, but we listed these ones to say, ensure that on your shareholders compact you report about the non-core properties, ensure that you report about the establishment of this company, ensure that you report about the other aspect. So when they don't do that, then it means it's a problem. But in terms of exemption, I'll cover the next slide that deals with compliance. I'll also emphasize in terms of the exemption, but the exemption was primarily to say, do not disclose fruitless or irregular expenditure on the financial statement. It expired, so they disclosed it in the current year.
So before you move on to the next session, I'm cognizant of the fact that we kind of started interacting as you go through the conversation, and you have not had a bathroom break at all. And so may I propose, because we'll just interact our way through the presentation and then finish, may I propose that we take is 10 minutes fine, members? 50. Honorable Skosana has made strong representations for 15 minutes. Okay, I'm in a good mood today. Take 15 minutes. Yeah, Saturday is getting into the distance now. We'll come back at Korabas. No. Let's not talk details, please. Let's stick to the details on Transnet only. Thanks, members. We'll come back at Thank you very much. Welcome back. Shall we continue with compliance?
Thank you very much. As I continue, I'm starting the story about compliance. That is, on compliance, I think let me start firstly at high level, just indicating as to what is sitting in the audit report. I'll give you more insight on the other areas. We had started to look into whether the institution had complied with the prescript. One of the prescript is about to ensuring that you are preparing the financial statements with no mistakes. And there were mistakes, and we included, we call it material misstatements, which then means they would not have complied with Section 55 of the PFMA. So in particular, what it means is that you have numbers as we try to verify them on the financial statements that do have mistakes, which then they get to be assisted by us to correct those numbers so that they can arrive at an opinion that is unqualified. So those, the list of the components, it ranges from assets, liabilities. Contingent liabilities are those items that you report on the disclosure notes, as in to say, I'm likely to pay a specific liability for over this dispute or over these litigations that I have. We have area, meaning when we audited, we would have found that there are disputes or there are areas that you are challenged with, which one would have expected that you had disclosed the likelihood of paying that amount. Contingent assets commitment, it is amounts whereby you would be wanting to meaning the amount that you had committed to pay a specific service provider, but the service provider has not yet rendered. So those items, including lease commitment, cash flow statement errors that were there, revenue, receivables, as well as just the financial risk management disclosures, needs to be accurate when they are submitted to us. So they were not accurate. On the revenue management side, the key point is about the institution to be able to collect its debt as it becomes due. So when we are saying effective and appropriate step were not taken to collect the revenue that is due, is due to the fact that we have a high value of debtors that have not been collected. So which simply means as much as we can sell, but the revenue that we are generating is not being converted into cash. So then the next area that is problematic in compliance, it's about these two unwanted expenditures, which is fruitless as well as irregular expenditure. It must be prevented. When you have not prevented it, and then it means you would not have taken reasonable or appropriate steps to prevent irregular or fruitless and unfulfilled expenditure. So they still have irregular expenditures that are reoccurring from the previous years. So therefore, they continue not to comply with the prescript in that regard. Consequence management is about ensuring that if you do have those unwanted expenditures or other areas, therefore, that leads into consequence management, you take timely steps to be able to deal with disciplinary processes, investigation, and be able to then deal with consequence management. They still have a long way in terms of resolving the consequence management process that they follow. So therefore, they are still struggling. Even when they have concluded the investigation, they still struggle to action the recommendations on time. And lastly, it is the procurement and contract management, whereby the Constitution as well as the PFMA requires that when they procure, they must be able to procure items in a manner that is fair, equitable, transparent, and competitive. In certain cases where they do procure, they don't comply with that prescript, meaning we don't get, or they would not have ensured that when they procure items that are procured, they are procured in a manner that is acceptable in terms of the prescript. So that is on the compliance, but I then want to expand a little bit on compliance, mainly because we continue with the story of a turnaround plan. You would recall that in 2023, we had said as part of the processes of building the turnaround plan, it was about to say procurement is one of the factors that sometimes makes the institution not to be able to move with the speed they want. And then they entered into some arrangements which were saying business unusual. Business unusual, it involves you trying to find the faster ways of procuring items that you want to procure. In this case, they would use alternative arrangements like asking the customer to procure on your behalf. Remember, the customer is not going to be subjected to PFMA. The customer can be, according to management, the customer were able to give them the goods at the speed that they wanted. So, however, from the auditing perspective, we needed to test whether such process still adhere to the prescript, or meaning Section 217, meaning does it still assist us to be able to achieve the procurement that is fair, equitable, transparent, and competitive. They could not be able to honor that aspect, in a sense that sometimes when we say, okay, you did procure this item, show me the 3 quotations that were obtained by the customer. How are you ensuring that then these items that are being procured, they are procured at the price that is reasonable on the basis that they have done the benchmarking and then they are comfortable with it? Those processes were not on the ground. Therefore, we could not be able to say, when they were using the business unusual process, it was as much as it could be supporting them from the operation, but from compliance side, then it remained a concern. So that is one aspect. But I also
can you give us just an example of a situation like that where you ask a customer to procure on your behalf? I mean, this is not for the purposes. I just want to see how the concept is in practice.
Thanks. We can give you a few. For example, okay. Lindy will add. I just want to give you one or two. Number one, security contract. You have a service provider whose services are not on par. They are leading to you having security incidents or having to have challenges. Now you want to replace that service provider. And then because the customers are saying, look, we want the rail to operate. And then please make sure that you bring the security service provider that will be able to secure this line. So what then they do is that instead of following the SCM process that we will ordinarily follow, whether it's an emergency or something, they ask the customer, do you have a service provider that can be able to come and support us? And then the customer says yes, and then you sign the agreement, and that's it. So that is the tricky that is there, as to say, if you are following that process, so what is the process that the customer follows so that when the goods is brought into you, or when this service is brought into you, it becomes still reasonable in terms of the price that you're going to pay? One can be able to say you are transparent about the process that you followed. So if those answers cannot be given to us, then we have a problem. Lindy can cover other examples of these customer step in that were there in terms of the spare parts and the brokerages that would have taken place that requires a replacement with immediate effect. Lindy, you can add 1 or 2 points. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. The other example, I think it touches on the locomotives, which is the batteries. So they've entered into a contract whereby the supplier, or mainly the coal corridor, the customers in the coal corridor will go out and procure batteries on behalf of Transnet, and then Transnet will then be responsible for installing then those batteries onto the locomotives as soon as they are required. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so I don't want to be dismissive. I am concerned. So I just, please help me understand the problem that they are trying to solve. Is it that if they do the procurement themselves, it takes long? Or what is the issue?
Yeah, through the several engagements that we've had with Transnet, one of the concerns that they've brought to our attention is I suppose in their own words, the restrictions that they experience in terms of the PFMA. because the PFMA is very clear in terms of the processes that must then be undertaken when procurement happens. And you then have to align your then processes and your policies to the PFMA. So the example that, I think one of the examples that they made was the cost of time in getting a service provider on board, if I have to follow this procurement process, in their perspective is not agile enough. It's not quick enough. And therefore, if a locomotive, for example, derails today, that line would be closed maybe for a day or two or a week or so. The process for them to get a service provider to come in and fix that railway line, in their perspective, was not agile enough for them to be able to do those things as quickly as they would want to. The concern that I think we have as the AGSA, it's more around if you are going to get somebody to come in and step in, we still need to be able to say, when you procured that service, did you procure it in a manner that is consistent with the procurement principle, meaning was it fair, was it cost effective, and so forth, and was it reasonable? So the conversation has always been around the agility of the PFMA in responding to their business requirements. They found that it does take quite a bit longer in doing that.
Okay, Honorable Member.
Now, Chair, I just want to get from your sense of understanding their reasoning. Are they now saying they should be exempted from following the prescripts of the law? Because, one, if you had procured a service you have a client that you have to deliver some goods to, you know that has to happen, and you know that you have to have security in place. So at what point do you then have a situation where you fall short of the requirements of the service you ought to be delivering, and then you want to be exempted from following the law in order to procure that particular service? I want to understand that, because one, there are things that they know. If you are going, you have a client that have secured services for a year, it has to be coupled with security and all other elements that goes with that particular contract. And if then there is an issue of two securities that fell ill or whatsoever, there are also remedies within that contract to deal with that particular situation. What are they saying exactly? They don't want to follow the law altogether? Because even I could say emergency, because an emergency, but they create an emergency. It cannot be, except if then there's a disruption of a cable, then that's an emergency. But things that are long-term are not emergency. What are their reasoning exactly?
So maybe Honorable Mente, they've not come out and said that they want an exemption from the PFMA. I'm not aware of that conversation. I think the conversation has always been around the agility of the internal processes to respond to the business requirements. So that's how we've understood what the conversation has been about in Transnet itself. You're quite correct in that the PFMA and the procurement policies that they follow ideally should provide for adequate procurement planning processes such that you know that at this particular point in time, this is going to be my business need and how am I responding to that particular business requirement. But equally, if you then talk about an emergency, right? For example, where there has been a derailment of a locomotive and the line is down, I mean, one would understand that that matter needs to be dealt with urgently. And I think within their policies, then they would then be able to make provisions for those kind of matters. But I don't think they've come out right and said they want an exemption, because that exemption has been granted previously, where they did not have to comply with certain disclosures, as you had mentioned earlier. But now I think this procurement policies is more from an agility perspective rather than seeking an exemption. Thanks.
No, so your understanding is that it's a matter of either they are incapacitated to understand what's happening. It's a matter of competence. They are incompetent to deal with the space. I'm not getting exactly why they do this, because like a line is down, it's an emergency, then there is a law to deal with emergency. That is covered. But a long-term contract, and then you want to do it other way because it's not quick enough for you, I'm not getting it.
I suppose part of it really, and Bongmusa spoke to it earlier, is an issue around your business processes and how you streamlined your business processes such that they allow you to have an efficient business running. So those are the things that I think in the long term they need to get to, making sure that those processes are in place. I can't answer to the question of whether it's competence or not, but certainly within the business processes within Transnet, that level of agility needs to be brought in the systems themselves.
Okay, so we will ask them to give us a couple of case studies too, so that we understand the problem they're solving, and why it's not possible to do it themselves. My difficulty with these things is that the PFMA is old. I can't remember how old it is. It's 1998, I think 1999, right? 1999, MFMA 2003. So the two statutes are old. There appears to have been a time in the past when all of this could be done within the PFMA. You understand? And then later on, somehow it can't. So I always want to know, how is it that it could be done before, but it cannot be done now? There are situations where the PFMA really does not assist, where the SABC here, just as an illustration, where the way that content creation is developing now, if there's somebody with a hot YouTube channel, you want to go and get that content and bring it onto SABC, right? Now you must get 3 codes. From whom? You want that show, that one. You can't get 3 codes. There's no other show like it that comes with an audience. So you get situations like that, but I'm always worried when it used to be possible to manage just fine without taking these measures. And then somewhere something breaks, and then we are said, now the PFMA is a problem, when the PFMA has been there all along, right? But we will just make sure that they come and present on this thing, because we do want to see. The concern I think I and the members have is that apart from the transparency, you are still not able now to ascertain whether you got the best price possible. Because that's what, that value for money obligation, you now can't, because you said, please. So they then utilize their policies in order to procure from whoever, who may be a brother of the head of supply chain at the customers. You see what I mean? Then it gets worrying. And so that's why we need to ask them to just tell us about this thing and give us 2 contracts or 2 instances where this has been necessary, so that we can interrogate. So we'll ask them to do that. The final thing is, I just wanted to maybe clear up the thing of the exemption. My understanding was that the audit outcomes, in as far as irregular expenditure and this kind of thing, used to be disclosed in the annual financial statement, in the financial statements, right? The exemption was that they must be put in the integrated report, not the financial statements which they publish. They have to publish for the bondholders and so on, because they were affecting the financing terms they would get from lenders. In other words, it would become a hurdle. So the bank would say, but your audit outcome says this on your financials, and therefore we're not comfortable to give you facilities. Alternately, we were going to give you 5%, actually 7.5%, because we don't trust you. That was, am I incorrect in saying that was the issue? It was where it is disclosed, not a complete exemption, or were there different types of exemptions? Because ESCOM had a similar exemption, also had an exemption. Not.
No. So, no, the ESCOM doesn't have that kind of exemption. So, Chair, there's maybe context to that conversation, right? So, Transnet was being qualified on completeness of irregular expenditure. So, what that already tells you is that the processes within Transnet, firstly, to prevent irregular expenditure, detect it and disclose it, were not at the required level. So that already tells us that when they were entering into a number of procurement events, they were not necessarily following the prescripts. And because they were not following the prescripts, when we then audited, we were concerned that you've not disclosed all of the irregular expenditure that you ought to have disclosed. And what that then meant was that we would then have a qualification in the audit report, particularly relating to the completeness of the irregular expenditure. But the genesis of it was really internal processes within Transnet to be able to prevent, detect, and disclose that irregular expenditure. So when that disclosure now moved to the integrated report, what it then meant was that it was no longer impacting the financial statement, but there was still a need for Transnet during that exemption period to then deal with their policies and their processes to make sure that as they enter into this procurement event, they enter them in compliance with the law. So that was the genesis of that exemption. Thanks, Chair.
Right. Thanks. ESCOM did get that exemption 31 March 2023, but there was a big hoo-ha and it was withdrawn. I knew I was correct. I knew I was correct.
Let's say it's not in place.
And what it is, basically, it's what you're saying. So these disclosures were made in the annual financial statements. They were moved to the integrated report. That was where, but then it was withdrawn. Okay.
Maybe just in continuing, Chair, with the pockets of compliance issues that we were dealing with, the other one that we observed, it was a write-off of irregular expenditure or removal. The term that is used now is removal. So for you to remove irregular expenditure, you must have ensured that you follow all the processes, disciplinary step, assess whether you can be able to recover the amount from the implicated officials or suppliers, wherever you can be able to recover it. And then at the end, then you must be able to make a decision. Number one, the first step will be about asking for condonment from National Treasurer. And then if not, you come back and review whether on your side you can be able to remove it, meaning the board is entitled to do that. So they did follow the process that says about 86.3 billion, which was almost the old irregular expenditure pre-exemption that needed to be dealt with. And then they submitted to National Treasurer, and National Treasurer rejected, and on the basis of their reasons. And then board had to apply their mind, as to say, on the basis now when management is saying they've followed all the processes, they've tried to discipline or they've dealt with everything, can we write off or can we remove this irregular expenditure? Then they approved, they removed the irregular expenditure to the amount of 86.3 billion. We then reviewed this process Our review of this process is that 42.9 billion was removed from the irregular expenditure in the annual report, but they had not finalized the processes of recovery, meaning, and some of it is linked to these locomotive contracts whereby they were still in court and entering into settlement agreements and other aspects in terms of dealing with the recovery of this amount. We then said no. In our view, you would have had to wait for a process to be finalized so that you can know how much are you not recovering, how much are you recovering. For you to write it off before you can finalize all your processes, then it was prematurely. That is where we have come from this position to say the removal of irregular expenditure, you must do it after you have done all your processes, including disciplinary, as well as possible recoveries that you must deal with. So that is the position that we come with in terms of that aspect. But I also want to highlight the bottom row that says, we are concerned with the time it takes for them to execute consequence management. And the tricky is that if you are starting to deal with consequence management 5 or 10 years later, the people that are implicated or that may have been part of that process, you are unlikely to even find them. That is one of the areas that we are saying consequence management takes very long to be implemented. And then if it takes very long, and you will see most of the motivations are saying people are no longer there. I cannot be able to hold everyone accountable and all those stories. Mainly because the matter is now old to an extent that you also lose the information that you needed to use to be able to deal with consequence management. So the bottom box is about the concern that says we are worried about the time it takes for them to deal with this. Their assertion is likely to say because of the capacity issues, meaning they don't have enough capacity to deal with the areas that to deal with consequence management. The last pocket that I just wanted to deposit, which is also one of the concerns we have, when we audit, we ask you to give us the registers of the items that you had procured. Ideally, by the time we start auditing, you must have given us all the registers that you had used to procure the items. The registers will tell us about the items that you had procured, the nature of them, and then we can be able to select a sample and audit. When we had worked on that registers that had submitted to us, we realized that there were certain registers that were not given to us. And then we had to go back to it is the registers that are sitting in the depots, whereby the buyers, it is amount that is not huge, but it is these amounts that are just in the middle of the millions, which does not have to go through the tender process. And then we found that no, man, there are certain registers that you are having because we can see an item is sitting on the financial statement, but it is not sitting on these registers. Then where is the register for it? And then up until we had to go through a new process that says let's identify all these registers, select a sample and test it. When we tested it, some of the concerns that we're observing on those registers, it's about to say when you do procure, when those buyers do procure, they don't procure in a manner that will achieve, meaning the price that is reasonable. Let me just make it in that way. You find that when you ask us to say, how did they test the market to be able to come with this price, that answer is not clear, which then made some of these items, when we probe them further, to be irregular expenditures. All in all, we are emphasizing the weaknesses in the control in terms of compiling the registers, but also enhancing the controls around when they procure, as to say, for us to be able to get the goods, we must get them at a price that it deserve, not at a different price. But that is the area that I just wanted to emphasize on this pocket. I want to pause here before I go to the next slide, if there is any reflection on it.
Honorable Nadeja.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to know if this refers to the financial year under review or it's been ongoing for years.
If I may just confirm with the member, is it the question relating to the registers or relating to premature irregular expenditure?
It's relating to this issue of a customer buying for them while they are moving out of supply chain management?
No, thanks. It relates to the financial year that is under review, but just as a background, when they started with the recovery plan, amongst other initiatives that they wanted to deal with, it was about to say, let's identify initiatives that will assist us to procure in a manner that is faster. So that is, they would have started, meaning with these processes around 2023 to say, look, if we want to procure these particular items or if we want to deal with this item, let's see whether we cannot modify our policy to allow us to go with speed and ask customers to be able to deal with it. But it refers to the procurement that would have started after they had approved that process ever since 2023, but it relates to the transaction that they would have procured during 24-25.
Okay, let me go in the order of the hands. So there was Honorable Maduna, and then like half a second later there was Honorable Skosana, and then a quarter of a second later there was Honorable Neil May. Is that fine? I saw the way the hands went up.
Okay, no, Chair. This customer buying, it's confusing me. Okay, let's start here. You say, Chair, criminality is criminality, and it must be called for what it is. I want to start by asking, is the SCM policy of Transnet in line with the PFMA requirements? That's one. Two, I want to check on this customer buying because I've never heard of this thing, and I'm trying to understand the system, how it works. Please, just a bit elaborate. And lastly, I want to check on the issue of these registers. I would assume their SCM is decentralized, so they buy at depots. Now, if they intentionally can you also give me the amount the ranges of their buying? For instance, from until 500,000 verbal, or one quotation from 500,000 to what are their thresholds? And these amounts are at which threshold? And the materiality of what you would have identified. I understand that you were doing it on sampling. It doesn't mean that you picked everything that was not there, because you're doing it on sampling. And just as a comment, Chair, I think intentionally not withdrawing, we intentionally withholding information such as a registrar of transactions gives many questions. One, they need to publicize. I think PFMA required them to make public registers of the transaction they made each month towards the month end. Did you check if that process happened? Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'll cover the ones that you don't cover. Please just cover the few, and then if there's remaining, I'll cover it. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. The threshold for the procurements at the depots is sitting at 30,000. So any procurement above 30,000 will then go through head office. However, we have noted that there is a lot of activity that happens in that environment. I don't have the quantum of the items. It's something that we can quickly check and then revert to the committee. And then in terms of the procurement policies and whether they are in line with the PFMA, the policies that we've tested are in line with the PFMA. What we have noted is that this particular customer step-in transaction was approved and effected before October 2024, when they updated their policies to then put in this clause. So from October 2024, now their policy actually makes provision and outlines the process that they must follow, which is then something we will be auditing in the 25-26 financial year. However, the one that Bongomusa and Lindwe were alluding to earlier was not factored in, and there were no provisions specifying how they would ensure competitiveness and transparencies in their policies, as the PFMA does require that Schedule 2 entities specify in their policies how they would carry out their procurements. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think just in adding, in terms of the customer buy-in process, I think Chairperson did cover in terms of the committee to consider to probe more questions on it. We welcome that point, but just in simple term, you are asking the customer to come and buy on your behalf. And then the customer comes, they procure on your behalf, they give you the item with an agreement with you, whereby you sign an agreement with the customer to say, customer, look, if it is a long-term contract, you sign it with your customer, and then the customer will then decide as to how they procure that item, they give it to you, as just in simple term. But I think the committee has been given some information that you can be able to deal with it, because even on our processes, there are certain answers that we could not get. That is why you'll see in the reflection here, we were saying we worry about whether this process is fair, equitable, transparent. And then that is some of the questions that we could not answer with certainty. But all in all, that is the primarily the aspect that comes in terms of the customer step in. I think SPARE did cover the ones of threshold. Thanks, sir.
Maybe on the question around whether there's an alignment between the policy and the PFMA, right? So what we're already saying at this stage is that we are not comfortable that the guidelines that have been issued to support this policy actually align with the prescripts as indicated in section 217 of the Constitution, and those principles in themselves would then align with the PFMA. So already from the get-go, we're saying we're not comfortable with that aspect. I think secondly, for all of these transactions, we were not able to audit them. So it's a limitation on our behalf. And then the other part is to say, we also then deemed them irregular expenditure because of the transparency around the process. So they have disclosed that irregular expenditure in the books.
All right, no, thanks. We will ask ESCOM to... My apologies to ESCOM. I'm always thinking about all these ones with the history. Transnet to tell us more, and we will just ask for some underlying documents to accompany their submission to the committee so that we can peruse. Honorable Skosan.
No, thank you very much. I like how our colleagues from AGSA, they call each other Bongo Musa, Lindiwe. So it shows that they are working in a very relaxed environment. That's on a lighter note. With regards to the issue of consequence management, because I see here we are saying that there are processes of consequence management, they take too long. So what I want to find out is whether, do you know of any cases that were concluded in this regard? Because there can be, it's one thing to have processes that are delaying, but you find that at the end of the day, those cases are finalized. But it's another thing where maybe we are told that, no, we're still busy with this case, and then the case, it just proceeds forever. It never gets concluded, just as a way of managing you and managing any other person who's going to ask questions to say, no, we're busy with this case, but find that at the end of the day, the case doesn't ever get finalized. And secondly, on the issue of irregular expenditure, I want to know what is the irregular expenditure of the year under review, not the accumulative one, but the one that they've incurred from 2024-2025 financial year. Thanks, Chair.
Hey, you can cover the first question. The irregular expenditure under review, I'll cover it. In fact, it's the next slide there. So it will. We don't have to answer it now. We will cover it as we go to the next slide. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are instances where the entity has finalized the investigation and the determination tests into irregular expenditure. What we have found is that the ones where they have gone over the period prescribed by National Treasury, being 4 months in the case of a dispute, they are sometimes able to provide us substantiating evidence as to why it's taking so long. But in many instances, we have found that they are not concluding them on time. But it's not to say the entire population is not being concluded within the prescribed timelines. Thanks.
Honourable Nelme.
No, good afternoon. We are 3 minutes to midday, and good day to the Auditor General and my colleagues. Basically, this slide is talking to this business unusual process, because none of us have mentioned that word in the process, and we've been talking about it. I think this is exactly what you were saying. It was a manner in which it was to improve procurement. And I don't know if it's BAP or BOOP, I'm not sure how they pronounced it, but it's unusual business, unusual process. Are you aware in any way, was this business unusual process formally approved by the board? And at that time, surely did they not look to see if this was aligned to the PFMA requirements? And at the same time, because obviously this was a project that they wanted, that was devised, did they not look if it complies with Treasury regulations and supply chain management prescripts? Because if this, obviously it says Transnet introduced the business unusual process. So it was a process that was being used that is now, as you are telling us, being non-compliant. But it was a process that was introduced to fast-track supply chain management processes in this kind of manner that that you were discussing. Obviously, the other one from this slide here, I want to know a little bit more about the report discloses irregular expenditure, which is on that slide there, of 86.3 billion that was not condoned and subsequently removed, written off by the accounting authority. Of this amount, 42.9 billion was removed, written off by the accounting authority in a manner that contravenes the requirements of National Treasury instruction. So this is a very important slide, actually, because there's quite a lot that you have detailed in the slide that is before us. So those are my questions. And would you my last question that I had put together was, were there any deviations from normal procurement processes under the, I don't know how you pronounce it, I don't want to say BUP, is it BAP? B-U-P, BAP, because they obviously use it as an acronym in their accounting systems and obviously the way they speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable May. Maybe with the first one, so any policy, any procurement policy within the Transnet environment ought to be approved by the board prior to implementation. So even this particular policy would have gone through the normal processes within the institution and the governance process and approved by the board. I think in terms of the question around the alignment of the guidelines to compliance with Section 217 of the Constitution and obviously the PFMA, I would think to some extent the board would have applied themselves, but it's also something that the committee can then take further with the Transnet board as they come to present. On the issue around the irregular expenditure that was removed, I think, as Bong Musa was explaining, the issue was that once you've incurred this irregular expenditure, there's a process that needs to be undertaken to assess whether in incurring that irregular expenditure, was there any wrongdoing on the part of the people that were involved in that process? But secondly, did you get value for money for what you were procuring for? And if you go through consequence management, is there an aspect where you actually do believe people should be held accountable? And lastly, is there an aspect where you believe you can actually recover the funds where there has not been value for money? So the last part that we were concerned about was to say, with the 46.3 billion that you're writing off, you've not fully exhausted that last step around the value for money in terms of that irregular expenditure, and particularly around the recovery of any possible monies that would have been lost through the irregularity on that particular contract. I think the last question, Honorable, you may just need to assist me.
She was.
The deviation. The question. Yes. Let me just go back to my question here. The question was, were there any deviations done through this procurement process?
Customer step in.
Yes.
Okay. As we've indicated, I think the challenge with the customer step-in is the limitation that we obviously experienced during the audit process. So when we requested the customer step-in procurement, we were not able to get that information, which was essentially a limitation of scope. So we couldn't really pronounce ourselves in terms of the processes that was followed, whether it was transparent and all of those things that we have mentioned. And therefore, with that, we then had a limitation of scope and ultimately deemed the procurement in itself irregular. Thanks, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the question have been answered. I wanted to answer the next question by going to the next slide from Honorable Kosane in terms of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There is a slide then that depicts the irregular or fruitless that was incurred. Starting from the irregular, if you compare it to the prior year, it is a reduction here, which is good because it is reducing from 3.79 billion to 3.16. So what you are saying is that I can see there is a reduction in the irregular expenditure. But there is a story behind this that we then need to deal with. The National Treasurer circulars, they do allow you to classify some of irregularities as irregular expenditure under assessment. When it is under assessment, it does not get to be recognized on that line that says, the 3.1 billion. There is a quantum of procurement that are about 1.6 billion, which are sitting in the registers of irregular expenditure under assessment. And they have about 3 months to be able to conclude that process. To say, is this irregularity irregular or is it not irregular? So they are allowed to have that, but they must conclude it within 3 months. As much as we comment the process, the fact that we can see some reduction in the irregular expenditure, what we are saying is that the ticking bomb is about these items that are sitting as irregular expenditure under assessment, because if they then get to be concluded to be irregular, then the story of saying the irregular expenditure is reducing, then start to become something else. Hence, we are just saying the key point is about to say they must move with speed in terms of assessing some of the items that would have either been reported by AG or AT or internal audit or their internal operations to say, we have not complied here, record this thing, this item as irregular expenditure. But if you conclude it with the speed it deserves, it allows you to be able to take necessary action either to deal with consequence management or other aspect. That is one part I just wanted to emphasize. On the fruitless side, we do see an increase in fruitless, so we are not happy with that aspect because it means they are not preventing fruitless and full expenditure. Then it is informed by some weaknesses. They are paying penalties, interest, and it is also about poor project management, which makes them to incur fruitless. Some of it is just paying a very significant prices that does not make sense why they would have had to pay that point, they pay those aspects. So all in all, in terms of these slides, what we wanting to learn is that consequence management is a critical steps that they must be able to deal with across all the divisions, and then so that they can be able to curve and can be able to manage the issues of fruitless as well as irregular expenditure. But also we are encouraging the same message that was saying they must conclude irregular expenditure that is under assessment within 3 months so that they can take appropriate action over those and be able to take decisive actions on them. They must also be able to deal with the timely actions that are necessary for enhancement of consequence management processes. I want to pause here in terms of this slide.
Honorable Skosan.
No, thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a follow-up on what Mr. Wongumusa was saying. We're used to calling people with say names, so we're going to learn to call people with their first name.
His surname is Chabete, but we've been as far as my lord and my lady here. We've seen things here.
All right. Now, which means the 1.66 billion rand irregular expenditure, which is still under assessment, if it turn out to be a real irregular expenditure, and then obviously it means that would mean that the irregular expenditure would have increased from 2023-24 to 2024-25. Is that correct?
It's correct, Chair, but I want also that statement to be read in conjunction with the point that says in bracket, this item was 2.5 billion in the prior year. If you look into the statements there, it says the irregular expenditure under assessment was sitting at 2.5 billion in 2024. In 2025, it was sitting as 1.6. But it is correct to say if we were to assume that this could be converted to fully irregular expenditure, then the narrative would differ. I don't want to easily pronounce and say it would have meant that irregular expenditure increases, because there could be a result that says all that what we had assessed is not irregular expenditure. Therefore, what does it mean? Then it makes that figure to remain as it is. I'm just giving that as a perspective as well. Thanks, sir.
All right, Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. So Lemane City, wow. Lemane Shilo City, wow. No, I want to check on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I see that it increased sharply from 9 million to 42 million. Now, I want to check, knowing that fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it means that exactly that we did not derive any value from those transactions. Have they recovered any of these monies? Are there any disciplinary processes that are ongoing, or consequence management in relation to this fruitless or wasteful expenditure, or they are still investigating them? And also in terms of the rise, in terms of your analysis, what are the contributing factors?
Let me, Honorable Chair and the members, thanks for the question. Let me answer the first two. Just prepare the question around the rise. Number one, as you remember, what we are saying is that they take a lot of time to be able to conclude the process of consequence management. There are no recoveries as yet. So meaning that fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is here, I can tell you that there is not even a single cent that has yet been recovered. But for them to arrive at that conclusion, they must follow the consequence management process, which then will come with the determination whether there is an official or a supplier that can be held responsible. The message is about to say they are not concluding those processes on time. These processes, as as we are raising this fruitless, you might find that when they conclude, it will be very late. Probably even those the employees that were part of that process may not even be part of the institution, which is the trick that we are saying. If they can move with speed in terms of dealing with consequence management, we can then answer these questions about to say, did we then recover the amount? But I want to also indicate that another slide will come that also deals with the extra powers that we have. There are instances included in this that we are now approaching from dealing with them from the material irregularity perspective. I think specifically, if you don't mind, you can just indicate on the rise part.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The major transactions that resulted in the sharp increase relate to late payment of utility bills. So from our analysis, we noted that majority of that population, I think about 30 million of the 42 relate to municipalities for late payments being interest and penalties. In terms of the consequence management, we have noted in some instances that the entity is disputing those billings. So I think as part of the investigation and the determination of it, then we'll continue to follow up to see how they then resolve those billing disputes. Thanks.
So can I propose, for the sake of time, that you go through each section and then we take questions in your slides? I think you're going to material irregularities. Now it's 2 slides, so just finish the 2 slides and then we take questions, because I want us to finish at 1.
No, thank you very much. Maybe just to start and create an awareness, material irregularity is a term which came when we were given extra powers in terms of dealing with some non-compliances or fraud or breach of fiduciary duty. So it arises when we have identified such contravention, and we then say, as a result of that, you are likely or you have caused the institution to have losses, or you are providing a misuse. Misuse, it could be that you are taking an asset that is supposed to be used for an operation and you are using it for your own consumption, or different, depending on the scenario, or loss of a public resource. So therefore, one or something that you are doing that is harmful to the public. So in that case, we start understanding and assessing whether a matter meets that definition. We have some that we have subsequently communicated to them. I must indicate that they were not communicated in the audit report that we sign, but they have subsequently been communicated because the process for material irregularities it's a bit longer than the process of just concluding the audit report. These ones are informed by different pockets of weaknesses in the internal control. The first one is dealing with a project which would have been started long time ago, but all in all, the weaknesses that we observe there is that there are compensating events whereby they pay the service provider to say, the service provider comes and claim and say, look, I was supposed to get an access to the site, but I did not get it. And because you had already appointed me and you failed to finalize your internal processes, then I'm claiming from you. So those compensating events are telling us that the internal inefficiencies have then led into them having to pay these substantial amounts. In total of the compensation event that had incurred a result of poor arrangements between themselves, it means within the divisions, because it is a Tipler project that is sitting in the Saldanha Bay. So, and that project, it also involved about 3 divisions. That is TP, Transnet Port Terminal, Transnet Freight Rail, as well as the Transnet Port Authority. So that project was involving about 3 divisions, which they needed to work together. And at times, then they delayed the service providers, and then service providers started claiming from them, meaning they are paying for no work that is done. They are just paying on the basis that they delayed the service provider. 27 million of this had been paid. So that is one of them. We have communicated. They've asked to. They were supposed to respond to us by last week. they have asked to submit the response today because they were delayed in getting the approval of the response. The response must come from the board. So they've asked to respond in that respect. When we evaluate it, then we will take further steps depending on the process that we follow and the consequence of what we will get. The next one that we observed, it is the fuel. So we had conducted a test of various sites where we observed that when we test the fuel, it was contaminated. When it is contaminated, it means we are finding fuel that is having paraffin or something else. So in that case, that fuel cannot be used. It means once you detect that it is contaminated, firstly, if you do use it, you are already risking of having equipment breakages because they are using a fuel that is not of quality. And wherever they would not have identified that instance before we could identify it. And then, but on those where we had identified it, we observed that there were areas where fuel was contaminated. It's not one, it's multiple sites where we had tested this, and we identified, we even estimated that approximately this is the amount that you are going to lose as a result of not having proper controls of ensuring that when the fuel is provided to you, it is clean and then it is proper. So there is approximately about 34 million that is provided to be written off because that fuel cannot be used. SARS also had already participated on the process because they had already seized some of the operations or some of the depots with an amount of about 9.8 million, indicating that there is a concern about controls over the fuel, and they have responded on this matter. They were supposed to respond by the 27th of Feb this time, and they have responded on it. We are then busy evaluating their response to see whether either the controls have been improved, whether the amount can be recoverable from anybody. So that is the process that we're following. The last one that we are dealing with, it is the one that is linked to items that are bought at a higher price. When we selected some of the items for testing, we observed that there were items that were being procured, primarily an item that can be procured at about, 35,000. They end up paying about 1.2 million. That is the amount that they will be paying. If they had done the proper market analysis, that is the amount that they would have paid. And we identified some instances that suggest that then their controls over price benchmarking, over the management of procurement are weak. Hence, we have communicated this point to say deal with the process, deal with the recovery of the amount. So this one is due on the 18th. They have not responded to us. I just wanted to highlight that. Chair, if you don't mind, I can cover the remaining slides and then we can be able to then engage on the all. So all in all, what we also wanted to update the committee on, it is the reforms. Amongst other activities that Transnet embarked on, it's about coming up with reforms that will assist them in improving the operational inefficiencies. We give you the insight on those which we can see that they have now materialized, and then meaning they are closer to either execution or they are being executed already. One of the reforms that they embarked on, it was to split the freight rail business, to split it into two. One area is whereby it is called TFR, is whereby you have the CEO or the CFO or the employees that will be managing the locomotives as well as wagons, and then the other area is it is Transnet infrastructure manager, whereby they will be managing the network. So why it is done? It is because also that the line is opened for the private sector to come and participate. Therefore, it means TFR isn't the division that will be controlling the locomotives will be competing with the private sector that is bringing its own locomotives to be able to rail in one network. So they are in a process of dealing with that in the current year because they have split it. Then the process we are probing in terms of the accounting as well as the process that they are following in dealing with that, so that we can be able to see the business case whether the objectives are being achieved or not. So that is one aspect. But but also informed by that process, they went and then advertised for operators that could come into the network. They have appointed about 11 operators, and then which are expected to then start railing on the network. We will also be able to look into that arrangement and assess it. In the port sector, they have been able to procure a transaction that says in the Durban port. There is one terminal, which is Durban Pier 2, that has now been given to an operator, and they call it PSP, Private Sector Participation. That transaction, in their view, has resulted into one of the operations having been created to be a subsidiary. After it was created in December 2025 to be a subsidiary, it was then sold to that, it was then given to that private operator. And what also happened is that that operation then was exempted from PFMA, and coupled with the fact that now we are likely not to have access to that operation, in a sense that it will now be operating in a private sector perspective. We are still reviewing that process and the agreement, and as to say, can we fully agree with the perspective that they are providing? But all in all, it is the process that they are saying they are following in terms of bringing private sector to participate in the businesses. And then the last one that we still underway, it is the port terminal concession that is in Richards. We are still observing the process around how they are dealing with that. We know that they had already in terms of implementing the in terms of implementing the audit action plan that respond to all findings that were raised. In terms of control deficiencies, members and Chair, the key point and which we have highlighted is that we are identifying root causes that must be addressed, or internal control deficiencies. They ranges from the oversight, weak oversight responsibility over financial management, and it is a record management system that are not always effective to give us a credible and accurate and reliable information. It is about ensuring that these action plans that are developed, they are fully effective, meaning they get to be implemented on a timely manner so that they can be able to respond to the concerns that we have. We have also indicated that some of the root causes that are causing this finding are also informed by the type of technology that they have, and in a sense that you will find that sometimes instead of using the technology, we keep on going on the manual basis, mainly because the systems that they have are not credible to support the financial reportings. Therefore, it means they must be able to improve the controls over the systems that they have. Meaning, if they can get a better system, then they can be able to improve their operations. And then it is also one of the reasons. We have also indicated weaknesses in the controls over just ensuring that the performance reporting is credible and accurate. But if it is not subjected to regular, accurate, and complete reviews, then it it give us these errors that we had identified. And lastly, we have also recommended to say they must continue to act on the findings that are coming from the internal audit, because it's not only us that are raising weaknesses in the internal control system. Internal audit does give them insight, and the problem is they are not responsive enough to be able to address these matters, which then means that by the time we come and audit, the matters that would have been raised by the internal audit, they still remain as unresolved, therefore then making it difficult for the combined assurance model to be fully effective, because almost everyone that is raising the finding, they are not getting implementation on the time that will allow tangible movements that we are expecting. I want to end with the slide that says, and when I started, I had said this committee has a responsibility and has got a role to play in ensuring that Transnet is able to operate as a business that the government intended to do. So we therefore continue to recommend that in this committee, for us to see a measurable improvement in the environment, you do need to look into the shareholders' compact. Not only to ensure that it gets to be approved on time, but also ensuring that it measures what matters for this committee or for government. If it measures what matters, then you can be able to know whether the performance is at the par or is not at the par. We do need to deal with the meaning to monitor the implementation of the strategies around infrastructure. We spoke a lot about infrastructure and unavailability or reliability, therefore, which means you need our recommendation is for this committee to look into the actions that are looking into the availability of locomotives, supply of spare part, rolling stock, renewal and modernization of port and rail infrastructure. Also, you do need to be able to look into the strategies that are dealing with backlog maintenance, so that we can be able to find the assets being maintained. You also need to look into the areas that are linked to security incident, because security incidents are key in ensuring that the operations don't get to be disrupted. Debt levels are a big concern for us because they continue not to give marginal money that Transnet requires to be able to deal with the operations. Therefore, we want to continue to say this area is the area that you need to continue to look into it, including the guarantee conditions that gets to be given to Transnet as to what value relevance are they and how are they assisting the institution, so that we can be able to know that collectively we are moving towards improving the Transnet that we want to see. And we encourage this committee to continue to look into the Transnet recovery as well as infrastructure investment, to monitor also the action plan that is dealing with the findings. Lastly, it is about looking into the consequence management. I have covered the points about consequence management. Importantly, it is the timely investigation of the irregularities that would have been identified. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I can pause here for questions, Dana.
Thank you. Honourable members, Honourable Mente.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I just want to understand one thing as far as the drafting of the financial statement and the overall health of the financials of ESCOM. Oh, sorry, Transnet. ESCOM shame is getting bullets that are not meant for them. One, do we have internal audit, and did we have quarterly reports which are reflecting of this overall conditions around them? And also, what is the role of the CFO in all of this? What are the responses? The second one is, do we have any report where there was any consequence management? Any consequence management? Because as I'm hearing you, it looks like that language is not part and parcel of their job description. It's for someone else. Thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead. Consequence management.
apologies. We're taking notes and we're thinking maybe the members are going to ask questions and then we're going to respond all at once. But it's all right. We can.
Normally, I can tell by Honorable Skosan. So I did look up, but nobody put up their hand. And Honorable, yeah, no, we've got 30 minutes. We've got 30 minutes left. So let's take three hands, and then we will take the last round. So let me give Honorable Skosan and Honorable Gupega a chance, and then you can answer.
No, I will come, Chair. I wanted to propose that we take 3-3 because of the time that is remaining.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I will come in the second set.
Oh, you're coming in the second set.
Yeah,
So
yes.
Honorable Gupega and then Honorable Neil May. And then Honorable Pila, I've noted you. Please go ahead, Honorable Gupega.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first question that I have is there's a 1.2 billion rand per month that's servicing interest on debt. I just wanted to know how much is being paid towards capital, towards the capital of the debt, because if the 1.2 is paid towards the interest, there must be something that is paid towards capital. And I just want to know how much is being paid towards capital to reduce the capital, thereby reducing the interest cost. The second question, Chair, is the slide, I'm not sure what slide number it is, but it's a slide that speaks about the introduction of private operators on the freight rail network. I just wanted to ask, according to AG, because I think they understand the numbers of Transnet a lot better than we do, does Transnet have the necessary volumes to support the introduction of private operators? That's one. And number two, could they explain, or could the AG explain, according to them, and I understand that this is not the work or the decision of AG, can they explain to us what is the logic behind the PPPs? Do they make sense? Because I'm saying that because earlier you had said that they are reducing the amount of money, or they need to increase rather the amount of money that they are making in order to service their debts. But then they take the same cash making assets and they hand them over to private capital. I'm trying to understand the logic behind that, because it would say to me that if you need to manage these assets better so that they generate more money for you. Now, when you take those assets, the very same assets, and you hand them over to private capital or the private sector, how are they supposed to make money for you? Or could they explain the money-making mechanism or the money-making process behind that once you've handed over the assets to private capital? And then lastly, Chair, I just want to know, according to AG, again, is privatization the answer? Or should Transnet just not be given to people who are capable and competent to run the entity? Because as it stands right now, it seems to me that Transnet is being run by people who are incapable, who are incompetent, and hence they want to hand it over to private capital. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Neil May, I think your hand had been up.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to come back to, I'm more worried about the money and the borrowings. I think that is something that is under the radar. I want to understand that there's 51 billion plus 94.8 billion. So those were the guarantees, and that was that was granted until March 2025. Okay? So there's no more guarantees and no more loans that they can go into, because if you look at that in 2025, they have fully utilized their guarantee, yet it was not used for capital projects. So looking at your slides, and when I try to put my head around this, is that they received 47 billion, Transnet received in November 2023, and that was to support the recovery plan. Okay, that's how I understood it. But they did not use that for capital projects. That is what I understood. It helped them in the short term. Now, looking at the amounts, now this is billions, so it's not millions. This is billions, and it seems as though in 2025 the guarantee was fully utilized. So that was their amount that they were allowed to loan against. So is it capped now? Now they have no more space to loan money. They must come out with what they have, or are they going to come back to government and us to say, look, guys, we obviously not making ends meet, which we've heard earlier. We need more money. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. I'll start, and the colleagues will also assist in some of the responses. Maybe starting with the questions from Honorable Mente in terms of the role of internal audit. I think Bomusa, when he was presenting some of the root causes, what he has indicated is that internal audit has raised the same concerns that we have raised. They have significant concerns, particularly around weaknesses in the internal control environment, particularly relating to the financial statements. They are issuing their quarterly reports. I think there was a question around that question. And also as external audit, we do use their reports for risk assessment going into the audits. What maybe is important to highlight is the speed at which management and the board respond to the internal audit observation is important. And I think that is what we are advocating for as the AGSA. The particular matters that we have raised on the financial statement, we have engaged with the CFO, the group CFO, and equally we've raised these issues with the divisional CFOs of the different operating divisions. Post the audit, we have had quite a number of sessions with management, including the CFO, where we have sort of workshopped what were some of the root causes that have led to the internal control deficiency weaknesses that we have noted. Through the audit committee, they've also come up with a remedial audit action plan, which they are currently implementing as we speak. When we go into this current year that we are auditing, we'll then be testing whether the actions that they've then put in place are adequate to address some of the challenges that we've noted, particularly around the credibility and the quality of the financial statements. Honorable Mente, I'm not sure if your question was asking around the consequence management in relation to the financial statement matters or at an overall level. But at an overall level, what we've really seen is that consequence management is really not happening in a timely manner, where it does happen. So those that are perpetuating some wrongdoing do so for longer periods, and it sort of starts eroding on the culture of the organization if matters are not dealt with as they come. So we're still concerned around the area of consequence management, and we still think that that's an area that needs to be dealt with. Maybe then going to Honorable Kubeka's questions. Yes, you're quite correct. The 1.2 billion in interest is being paid on a monthly basis. Overall, we're sitting with about 15 billion. I had just asked Mhlengi to just check for us on your question around what is the portion of the repayment that is actually going into the capital portion. So Mhlengi, if you've got that answer for us, I'll just hand over to you quickly.
Thanks, Member Kubeka. So in terms of the debt repayment for the 24-25 financial year, it amounted to about 19 billion. But at the same time, there was also new debt that was taken that approximates about 28 billion. Hence, you'll then see that what we are raising there is that when you look at the prior year, the outstanding debt was about 137 billion, and then it increased to 145. So 19 billion was settled, but about approximately 28 billion new debt was also taken. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Sorry, Chair. The 19 billion was paid. 28 billion rands was taken out. Now,
Yes,
of that 19 billion that was paid, are you saying that 15 billion of that is just interest?
So-
or is the 19 billion all going towards capital?
Capital. So 19 billion is
Went
in
towards
relation to
capital.
capital, yes.
Oh, okay.
I think, Honorable Kubeka, it also goes to the question that we were talking about earlier, to say we are seeing that the debt levels are increasing, right? What is important is in what areas is the debt increasing being utilized for? And I think it goes also to the questions that Honorable May had asked around, is the debt being utilized for operations or is the debt being utilized for CAPEX? So what we've generally found is that if you're going to borrow, you need to borrow in a manner that you've got a return on investment, meaning that if I borrow to pay salaries, it's very difficult for me to recoup the return on investment on that. But at least if I'm borrowing for CAPEX, there is that investment that starts coming into the organization, and then you start seeing the infrastructure reliability improving, and therefore consequently your financial statements also responding accordingly. So we are advocating for the fact that as this debt is incurred, primarily it must focus on dealing with matters of CAPEX, so that we do see that improvement. Around the question around other volumes to support the private operators, I think when you look at Transnet and the role that Transnet plays in the economy, I think there isn't a lack of opportunity or market in terms of what Transnet is able to rail. What we are seeing as the opposite is that because you don't have reliable infrastructure, because you've got security incidents, you're not able to live up to the market demand. So if you look at the market itself and the demand that is there's no challenges. You don't have a challenge. So you could accommodate the private operators. You could also accommodate the volumes that Transnet must rail. If you go back to, I think there's a slide that we had put in under performance information. Under performance information. Yeah, the previous one. I think it's under infrastructure. So if you look at the actual volumes versus the planned volumes for Transnet, at a point Transnet was able to budget around 234 million tons of freight versus 212. Go back to periods maybe beyond 2020, 2019, 2018, thereabout. If you look at what they're railing now, they're railing at about 160 tons actual versus 170, and that is even a target that has been revised lower. The gap between the 212 and the 160 tells you that there's still that room for Transnet to actually rail more, and where they're not able to rail more, the private sector, the private operators obviously come in and fill the gap. So when you look at the opportunity and the market demand, what we're seeing is that it's there. To get Transnet to go back to railing the kind of volumes that they were railing prior to 2020, that is really the thing that one wants to make sure that they get to, especially if they're able to sort out the issues around the operations.
Do you understand, though, that when they were railing those very high volumes, around 250, 260 metric tons per year, they were doing it without private capital? They were doing it on their own because of the competency that the entity itself had. They were. You see, now we've got about 30 billion rand backlog in infrastructure maintenance. Now, if the maintenance was being done properly, if the competency to actually run the entity was there, hence the last question I asked, that do we need private capital here, or do we actually need people who are competent? Because evidently, and I've said this to them before in the Portfolio Committee of Transport, that they must try and not give us a picture that they are incompetent. So now, the last question, please, do entertain it. Do we need private capital, or do we need competent people so that we can get rid of this whole lot that seems to be thieving there, and that seems to be incompetent.
I will protect the AG. So I think when Transnet come here and the minister do, let us ask them that question. So let me protect the AG.
No, thank you, Jeff, for the protection, right? But I think what we're simply saying is that there is a market demand, and if you ask the question to say, can Transnet do more? The answer is definitely yes. The other question is then to say, what is the more that needs to be done? And I think this picture tells us the story of the things that need to be fixed within Transnet to get it to its former glory. So maybe that is in a way to put it very, very simply. What have we seen in terms of the private sector PSPs, if you want to call it that? We've seen that they've entered into quite a number of the PSPs. I think we've seen DCDT Pier 2, that is the port in Durban. We are currently assessing that particular transaction to understand what is the commercial substance of it and what does it mean ultimately for Transnet in terms of the ownership of that particular terminal and the rights to control that particular terminal. So those are reforms that are currently underway, and when we conclude this current year audit, to the extent that those PSP has been finalized, we will look into them as part of the audit process, and we'll come back to the committee and then give them the further feedback on what they actually mean to Transnet and the manner in which it does its business. I think I've in somewhat responded to Honorable May's question around the capital versus the operations and the borrowing that are happening in that space. But simply put, you've got to borrow in such a manner that you will get that return on investment. I think that's clear to us. Yes, they've exhausted some of the guarantees. We know that they have gotten additional guarantees, which they have not yet exhausted. So you're quite correct that the 47 billion has already been exhausted, but they've gotten other additional guarantees. I think at this present moment in time, it's sitting at 190. Yeah, it's sitting at 198 billion in guarantees, which they've not fully exhausted. So there's still room for them to borrow against those particular guarantees. Thanks, Chair. I'll just check with my team if there's anything that we have not answered. Are we covered?
No, I think Madi covered most of the points. Just want to indicate to agree with Honorable Ngubeka about the cash. Look, at times when you make a decision to say, I'm selling my vehicle, on the first day, you're going to get to that quick cash. But the question is to say, in the future, how are you going to be able to go to the areas? So that decision is a decision of management, as to say, then what does it mean from the future? Because obviously, when you decide to move that operation somewhere else, then it means the cash that you used to get from that operation, you're no longer going to get. So then, if you're no longer going to get, then the question is to say, what does it mean? So there, as Madi was saying, we're still going to reflect from our perspective as to say, then what does it mean from the future? But all in all, that is a decision that you always have to find yourself in, as to say, do I get quick cash now that I can be able to use it for what I want, or do I want to get cash on a longer term? That is just one part. But I think in terms of Honorable Neil May, in terms of the questions, Madi did cover it. I don't want to repeat it, but the 198, it is extra guarantees that they were given after the financial year end, when they were breaching when they could not honor the obligations that they had. So meaning government had to come in and say, look, I'm going to secure your debt so that you can still continue the business. Otherwise, those lenders were going to come in and say, look, pay us back our money, because it means we have breached the debt covenant. I just wanted to emphasize that. Thanks, sir.
All right, so let me do this for the sake of time. I'll start with you, Honorable Neil May. I will go to Honorable. So you ask your follow-up, then I will go to Honorable Skosana, I will go to Honorable Bila, and then Honorable Maduna. Can we do it that way? So ask your follow-up, and then we give the other colleagues a chance to ask.
No, thank you, Chair. And it will be a very quick follow-up, because when they breached their loan and they couldn't pay, how much more do you think the government is going to have to fork out? Because if you look at you look at this at Transnet, it doesn't look as though it's a going concern. If government and our national fiscus is going to have to keep bailing them out, and they're not able to, because they've breached their loans. I mean, they've had downgrades from two agencies, S&P in July 2026 and Moody's in August 2025. So already there are challenges. So therefore, that is, there's a problem with that. And where does one actually say that's enough? Because if government has now obviously had to go in and give the guarantees because they've not been able to pay the money back on their loans, don't you think that is a huge financial risk to our fiscus?
No, let's give the other members a chance. Just note that question. Honorable Skosana.
No, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've got one question on my side with regard to the audit action plan. How effective is their audit action plan? Taking into consideration that most of the issues are recurring, your persistent material misstatements in financial statements, poor performance, non-compliance with legislation, recurring challenges in procurement, contract management, and expenditure management, their inability to deal with fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which has increased from 9 million to 42 in 1 year. There are delays in investigating non-compliance matters, hindering effective consequence management. So how effective is their audit action plan in order to turn around the situation? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Skosan. Honorable Bila.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone in the House. My questions will be on internal control deficiencies, because ineffective oversight and record management systems are seen to be the one leading to the repeat findings. The weak internal controls at the operating division level is resulting in inaccurate financial information and unreliable performance reports. Number 3, limitations and delays in internal audit work. It has a significant portion of recommendations not to be addressed. So I just want to check with the AGSA. What is your evaluation of the effectiveness of Transnet's audit action plans, and how can oversight authorities ensure that the repeat findings are eliminated in future audits? What steps should you have been taken to strengthen internal audit functions and ensure timely implementation of recommendations to improve governance and accountability? How can oversight authorities ensure that Transnet's shareholders' compact is reviewed and aligned with national funding instruments and performance expectations in a timely manner? Lastly, what mechanisms does the AGSA recommend to strengthen intergovernmental coordination and strategic oversight to accelerate Transnet's recovery infrastructure investment plans. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Honorable Matuna, did I see a hand? Yeah, okay.
No, thanks. I see Transnet has been selling as well some of their assets. I want to start there. I want to check. I see that they've been on a drive of disposing assets that you would call, I think, assets that they are non-core or that they don't need to do their business. I just want to check what impact have this, according to your analysis, it has had on their asset register. 1, 2, are these disposals bringing substantial large amounts or? Yeah, I wanted to check that first because I'm starting to be worried that some of their houses they might be, or their asset they must be selling them below the value that they actually are. That's 1. 2, I wanted to check on the issue of, I see that on the irregularities you speak about the equipment that was bought for about 4 rand and by a supplier and was sold about 151 rand. I want to check, is this in the same case as that in the Madlanga Commission that relates to the nephew of one a person that is, yeah. I want to check that. Is that the same case? Yeah. And then on the issue of okay, I think my colleague has covered the issue of around the progress and implementation of audit plan. Now, I think the last thing, Chair, I would want to raise is that I think when I saw the first when I arrived here, when we arrived in Parliament, it's just that I'm not sure whether it was the committee, in Portfolio Committee of Transport or in Scopa. But I remember my first encounter with Transnet, because I need to say this, Chair, so that I will be advised how do I go about. I remember telling the CFO of Transnet that analyzing your financial statement tells me that from what you make from your operations, you cannot cover your operation expenses and your interest yearly that you are supposed to pay. As a result, it appears to me that we are using the guarantees to borrow from Paul to pay Peter. Because here, also the maturing debt, you don't have money to pay for the maturing debt. And we had a long argument, Chair, to even that she even called me on the side after the sitting, trying to explain to me for my good 30 minutes that I would have been doing something else, trying to explain to me how they cover Warawara and all that. And I'm happy that I see that everything that I've been saying now is there on the AGSA report. I told them about 2 years ago or year plus ago. I remember. And Chair, I think I must be advised, how do you go about when an official of an entity does that? Lie to you in Parliament, on TV? What are the consequences? I must be advised on that. So I wanted to just mention that. And then lastly, the financial position of the entity. Given that they are using guarantees to pay for their OPEX, not to contribute towards their CAPEX and the refurbishment that must be done and so on and so on. Does it appear that at some point the financial position of the entity can change? That is in line with these 11 operators, because we've been asking, when you're looking at their financial statements or the agreements that they have with Transnet, are they bringing any infrastructure investment into the railway business? Are the 11 operators that are being onboarded to Transnet, are they bringing any form of infrastructure investments? Thank you.
Yes, please, you can answer.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. Maybe let me start with the questions that were raised by Honorable May. Honorable May, you were asking if how much more in terms of guarantees of funding does Transnet need? And I'll answer you very honestly to say, as the auditors, we're not in a position to advise the committee around the extent of additional borrowings that is required within Transnet. I think that is something that the committee, when the board of Transnet and management come through, can actually advance. And again, it goes back to say, one can see that a lot is being done in terms of the turnaround strategy. There's a lot that is being done in terms of the reforms. The cost of all of that, then the question must be, how is that going to be funded? And how much funding is then required? What we've seen in the turnaround plans and in some of the initiatives that the entity is trying to do, they are trying to deal with the issue of the infrastructure reliability. And in doing that, we have seen quite a big ramp up in terms of some of the procurement in that space. One can only assume that part of that is then being financed through the additional debt that this entity is requiring. I think furthermore, what we've seen is that as they get more on the additional guarantees, they are negotiating with their lenders in terms of some of the covenants that they have with the lenders, and requesting that the lenders to some extent relax those conditions or those covenants so that they are able to deal with the immediate pressures that they have as an entity, and ultimately get to a point where they're able to deal with the escalating debt levels. I think the questions from Honourables Kosana and Honourable Bila, I think, are somewhat related in terms of, the continued weaknesses that we see in the internal control environment, and whether the audit action plans that have been put in place are actually adequate. Historically, what we've seen is that the delays in implementing the audit action plan has impacted the institution, in that you then do find that we do have those repeat findings. So when you then look at the audit action plans that have been implemented previously, our observation is that they have not been effective, and hence we still keep picking up the internal control weaknesses, the material misstatements, the non-compliances. We have seen quite a big shift, I think, post this financial year end. And I think, as I was responding to the question that was answered by Honourable May, we have seen that the audit committee is really trying their level best in terms of interrogating the action plans that management is coming through with. We have seen, I think, 2 or 3 workshops where each and every one of the operating divisions within Transnet have been asked to come and present to the audit committee their plans to deal with the weaknesses that have been identified. Members of the audit committee have also been given a chance to interrogate those particular plans and assess if they're fit for purpose. And I suppose the question now is whether the implementation then has pulled through or has come through. If those action plans are effective, we anticipate that maybe there will be some level of improvement. But just because of the level of transparency that has come through in this year, particularly around these plans, which is something that previously we didn't see. But we're hopeful that in the current year, those matters have been dealt with. I think in terms of the internal audit function, I think similar to the manner in which we answered Honourable Mente, internal audit is a very important assurance provider. And part of the improvement that one wants to see within Transnet is when the internal audit function takes those remedial plans that have been developed and implemented, and also becomes an assurance provider to say that which you said you were going to implement, has it been implemented? And I think internal audit can then play a critical role in that process. What becomes a deterrent is the timeliness of the interventions, because if they are put in too late, by the time internal audit comes through, it's then too late for them to provide that assurance. But ultimately, we are advocating that the internal audit function actually becomes a key assurance provider in terms of the implementation of the remedial plan. In terms of the committee, you've asked a very important question to say, when we look at the committee, what is it that the committee can do in terms of providing assurance over the improvement in the internal audit action plans? I think consistently maybe requesting the board to come through maybe on a quarterly basis to give a report to the committee in terms of the plans that they're putting in place, any challenges that they might have, and how those are being dealt with. Because that level of transparency, I think it also forces in the background for the board to also always be on top of how those plans are being implemented. So I think requesting the board to then on a quarterly basis then provide feedback to the committee around progress on those plans could be one of the mechanisms that can be utilized from an oversight perspective. And I think in our recommendation, we've actually cited that. One of the questions that was asked, I think it's also very important, is around the responsibility of the oversight committees in terms of the shareholder compact. And again, if you look at the recommendations, I see Bongmusa has flighted it again. That's also something that we are advocating for. If you look at the indicators in the shareholders compact that we said were missing, those are the critical enablers to turning Transnet around. And if those are not being included in the shareholders compact, it already means the committee is compromised in terms of ensuring that they actually review that plan and they are comfortable that those matters are being dealt with. So we again saying on the matters that are critical strategic priorities for Transnet, the committee must have an oversight and monitor the development of that shareholders compact. What may be a challenge, Chair, and I do see it quite often, is the timing between, for example, the shareholder compact is due to be approved by the 31st of May by the executive authority. And you might find that the time that the committee has to maybe provide some input or some oversight into that plan may be disturbed by the timelines that we're sitting with. So maybe that's something that the committee must just apply itself to say, if it has been approved, what additional oversight can you provide? If you can get it before they finalize it, what inputs can the committee then also provide? The question also around what intergovernmental support is required. What we've always said as the AGSA is that when you look at Transnet challenges, they are too big for Transnet to resolve on their own. And a casing example is particularly around the security of their infrastructure. This is something that, in as much as Transnet can put a lot of measures in place, they can't do it alone. So intergovernmental support in terms of the security cluster also coming in to protect that infrastructure becomes one of those recommendations that we would then put forward to Oversight Committee as one of the things that the committee can then decide to support Transnet over. And I think even within Transnet, the conversations that we've been having is to say the security issues are too big. Maybe there's other government departments that must come in and support the board. And I think that is also another area where if the committee can support the board in that area, it would certainly be helpful. Bongmusa, I'm going to ask you maybe to just deal with the questions from Honorable Maduna around the non-core assets and the infrastructure investments. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think to just on the non-core assets, I want to firstly remind the committee over what we have said in the sense that these non-core assets we don't have a full spectrum as to say how much they are likely to give the institution. So if we don't have that, we're not going to be able to easily say, I know it is about this. But we do know that amongst the documents that they had, they wanted to raise about, I think, 1 billion, if I'm not mistaken, on non-core properties. As to whether that was quantified on the basis of the fair value of the property, I do not know in terms of that. All I knew is that at the certain point in time when they were given this task, it was about to say, we need to find quick cash that can be able to assist us in closing some of these gaps without going to NT or without going to the funding. If we have assets that we are not using, and then can we not be able to consider that? But entangled to that problem is the fact that these non-core assets that we're talking about are some of the properties that are not profitable, or meaning that are not giving them the result that they want. For example, you find that Transnet owns hostels, and then if you were to go and sell the hostels, the question is, are you going to be able to get the quick cash that you want? And what is the process that it requires you to be able to deal with that? And you know that in the past, they have tried to deal with some of these ones, and it has been difficult. Even now, I can tell you that they are struggling to process some of them, mainly because of the challenges about those type of properties. Mainly because if you are dealing with residential property, it's tricky. But if you are dealing with commercial property, it is much more better than residential, because commercial you do have a market, but it's the question of saying what is required. But what I would encourage is that as they come and explain their journey in terms of trying to get some quick cash in terms of these properties, understand and appreciate the complications that they are experiencing. In some of the discussions, they would even tell us that they are struggling to find, you know that for some of the properties, for it to be sold, it must firstly be divided. And for it to be divided, the process of getting the division or getting that subdivision to be approved is also a prolonged process. So which simply means maybe even at the beginning when someone thought the sale of these assets could be giving a quick cash from an immediate effect, it might not be an easy process. Hence, I'm just saying, in that case, there is a process that they are following, but it is not it's not an easy process. That is just what I can indicate in terms of that. But I think that is the only point. In terms of the paying Peter to Paula, we discussed that before. I'm not going to cover it again. No, I think Chairperson will assist you in terms of that point. Thank you very much. And I do know that there is a question that was asked about. Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chair. No, I wanted Bongmusa maybe to give a different perspective to Honorable Maduna. But thank you for the question. I think the last two questions were really relating to the material irregularity that we have raised around the price benchmarking. What we have identified during our audit process is that, and I think Bongmusa did deal with it in some level of detail, is that the process within Transnet around how do we make sure that we are paying a reasonable price for whatever commodity we are acquiring does require some work. One would anticipate that if I'm buying a bottle of water, I'm already comfortable that a bottle of water, if I were to get it, is 2 rand, and I should not be paying 2 rand for I shouldn't be paying 10 rand for something that I should be paying 2 rand for, right? Yes, there has been some matters that have been in the public domain, which we've also picked up and confirmed in the audit process. Our concern was that when we went to dig in a little bit deeper, we did find other instances that are indicative of the fact that there is more of this type of things within the institutions that need to be dealt with. We have raised a material irregularity, as Bongumusa have indicated, and out of that process, we are still waiting for the board then to respond in terms of not only dealing with the instances that we've raised, but to say how are they going to prevent this from occurring into the future, and what controls are going to be implemented, and whether those controls then are sustainable in preventing this kind of losses in the future. Why that is important is that we're already dealing with an institution that is already financially constrained. So any leakages of funds are just exacerbating the current situation that the Transnet is under, and one would want to cap them to ensure that the company is financially sustainable. I think, Chair, will pause there, and we hope that we've responded adequately to all the questions, but we're happy if there are any follow-ups that we must take to then support the committee further. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. No, the discussion has been very, very helpful to us in considering what key issues to discuss with Transnet. I think, and I'll try and make sure that this is in discussion with Transnet before they come here, so that their presentation reflects the things that we want to understand. And that off the top of my head now, I'll just try and go through some in a way that hopefully helps to weave a coherent story of trying to understand the issues. The first for me is the turnaround plan in components. Component number one being capitalization, and I don't mean a bailout, I just mean the extent to which capital is available for maintenance, first of all, and in fact for maintenance primarily, and also for the expansion of infrastructure where possible, and how the structural reforms play into that. Because what I am distilling is that, and I want this to express it themselves, is that part of the reason, at least on the rail line, on the locomotive side, they are inviting or concessioning private operators, is a recognition that the 1064 procurement of the locomotives, at least the one that's mired in difficulties, is toxic. They are not going to be able to fix that problem in the near future. It doesn't appear to be the case. So that's the one part of it. And so we would need to get an understanding from Transnet of how all of those things interrelate. So that's the one thing. The second part to understand is the volume growth versus the operating revenue and profit potentially, and therefore what they're able to invest in maintenance in particular, because it appears that part of how you close the gap on the locomotive side is to concession. You then get the revenue from that, you increase the volumes, and from the operating profit that you hopefully make, you begin to invest some of that in maintenance in order to cut that shortfall. That appears to be, at least in trying to distill, so that appears to be the second thing. The third thing for me is how the entity plans to deal with the debt, given that you're always going to start on the back foot. You procured locomotives, you never got them, you've been servicing this debt all along with no revenue, there's a mismatch between the revenue expected and the borrowings made, basically. So we just need to understand how they're going to manage the debt vis-a-vis the fact that all they have from Treasury are guarantees rather than actual cash, which put you in that catch-22 situation. But there's a relationship between all of these three things. The fourth for me is just how they manage the material irregularities. All of these things that we wanted to understand, customers buying things, and all of that. So I think that is important that we understand. And then the last thing for me was just a question of understanding, I suppose, because I just now want to understand whether some of the capital repayments, the paying down of the capital portion of the debt had, so let me put it to you this way, were any of the new facilities effectively a swap of with less efficient debt facilities? So in other words, this is at whatever 500 basis points. You can get this at 3.5 or 400 basis points, and therefore you're going to pay that one down and take on new debt. Were there any instances like that where the new debt taken on and versus the debt that had been paid down was effectively a debt restructuring of sorts? I just want to understand, or you didn't see anything like that?
I'll ask Mhlengi to also come in, but what we're seeing, and maybe there's two things, Chair, that we must not leave this session without maybe indicating to you. So on that question that you're asking around the relationship between the debt and the infrastructure investment, we do know that they are currently in discussion with National Treasury, where the discussion with National Treasury is that National Treasury, for the capital requirements of the infrastructure, there is going to be a fund of some sort. I think they call it the Budget Infrastructure Fund. Yeah. Yes, where they would then identify the infrastructure that needs to be renewed, to be maintained, and all of that. And there would be certain conditions attached to that Budget Infrastructure Fund within National Treasury. So we do know that there's that ongoing conversation that's happening between National Treasury and Transnet. So maybe to some extent that might assist them in sort of, in some type of way, bridging the issues around the continued debt funding versus the capital infrastructure that must come through. Secondly, we do also know that from a lender's perspective, they have been having a lot of discussions with the lenders, particularly around the conditions of those lending arrangements. In some cases, we know that they are arranging for longer term repayments. In some terms, they're trying to match the terms of the facility to the infrastructure that is actually being acquired. So there is also those negotiations that are happening also with the covenants and as well as the interest rates. I can't tell you definitely whether those discussions around the debt servicing cost and the basis points and the interest rate, whether they're going up or down, but we do know that that conversation is actually happening between Transnet and the lenders. Thanks.
All right. No, thank you very much. This will all, we will ask them to give us as much information as possible, because I think one of the members raised the issue of whether this shortfall, this funding shortfall, whatever the reasons are, is ever going to be sorted out within a reasonable time, when we all complaining about logistics, blockages in the system. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your assistance to the committee. We're going to adjourn at this point. There is lunch downstairs. So you are invited to lunch. Honorable members, thank you very much. I think the session is at 3 today in the House. So thank you very much. There is lunch downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.